Hey, we're going to be right there, man. Told you we'd be here. Told you we'd be here. Here we are, Broncos country, man. It's draft day 2, man, and it's the more exciting day. Obviously, all you guys, hopefully you were with us day 1 as we kicked off the coverage. But day 2 is going to be the day. And speaking of making it a day, we're going to bring in the one and only, the Mile High Dutchie, Albert Knoppers. Welcome to the show, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Finally, we will get some news on the Broncos.
Yeah, man, I was thinking about everyone's been talking about the draft being like Christmas, the draft being like Christmas. I think I even mentioned it last night about the draft being like Christmas, but last night was kind of like Christmas Eve. You know, where you're kind of hoping that your mom and your dad will let you maybe open one present the night before. And I guess we weren't good kids, man. We didn't get that present the night before. We're having to wait until Christmas Day. And today, Broncos country, this is our Christmas Day, man. Welcome in, man. How you been, man? Did you recover from last night? That was a long endurance run, buddy.
It was indeed a long run, but it was a fun one. Lots of surprises. People getting picked where we didn't even think they would get picked, and trades.
Yeah. Trades. I think if I heard it right, someone could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was 10 trades that ended up happening in total. I mean, if you pick the Panthers and the Bears at the very top, put that into the mix, I think we were 10 trades. I told you at the top of the show yesterday, guys, it's going to be crazy. I just didn't see, a really strong draft at the top, meaning there's maybe one or two guys at each position that everybody likes. And when that happens, if one guy goes, man, the second one everyone's scrambling for. If there's only one guy you really like, you're trying to find a way to get there, man. We saw guys jumping up just one pick, and then we saw guys like the Houston Texans who, went all the way back up after taking the number 2 pick, jumping right back and getting number 3, going Stroud, and then going, Will Anderson, is that right? If I remember correctly. Yep. So, man, just a crazy night, man. Crazy night, and now we're about ready to start another one. And I'll be honest, guys. Last night I was playing it free and easy because I didn't have to check the comments. I didn't have to be on top of everything. I had a bunch of guys in my ear. We'll be adding more guys. It's not going to just me and Albert. I know we advertised Jody Moncrief, and we still expect, the whole DBR crew to be here at some point. Matt Staffiero is going to be jumping in. We might have some special guests along the way, so stay tuned, man. But, man, draft's about ready to start here, buddy. Steelers got the first pick in the draft. I know that you were talking, right before we jumped in the chat. You think there's going to be some movement though in this draft, and when it comes to our Denver Broncos. And what are your thoughts on that, man? Give us a breakdown. Give us with no tinfoil hats tonight. I was actually thinking about making one up, but give me your thought around that idea.
So there are several players that have dropped. For example, we have a quarterback that is going to look like a Drew Lock episode. because he was supposed to be in the first 5, maybe 6 picks, and
Mm,
didn't even get drafted in the entire first round.
yep.
And then there are several. Um, a center that is still not available, a really good center that I really like. So we don't, we could expect something by the Broncos to happen. We know for sure that um, Jerry Judy is going to be safe because nobody traded him for the first round.
Yep.
So Sutton still could be traded. So let's see what the night will bring.
Yeah, a lot of speculation. Obviously, with us sitting back to back picks, it puts us in a really unique situation. Sean Payton talked about it. George Payton talked about it. I think anything can possibly happen. Victor jumping in here and saying, here we go. Let's replace Josie Jewell. Hey, you, if you really want a Josie Jewell replacement, guess who came back? And if you haven't seen the tape, man, the guy's been putting in the work. Go take a look at Jonas Griffith. He's already on the roster, bud, and I think that's the next guy up. I don't think we're going to get that stud middle linebacker that you're looking for. I could be wrong, but if you want to throw a name out there, you think we should go get, and all seriousness, not the guy on the back of the waste management truck either, Victor. I know that's always a fun joke of yours as well, but yeah, back-to-back picks, though, buddy. A lot of people think we're going to maybe trade up using that first one, maybe trade back using the second one, end up equal picks. To me, I'm just looking at this board, and you can still have guys like, hey, if you want that quarterback, a lot of people loved Hendon Hooker. Then you have Will Levis. Will Levis still sitting in the green room. There was not one safety taken. There was only one center or no centers. I can't remember now.
I think one center.
One center taken. I mean, there is one tight end taken. Only one tight end. We're only talking about 30 some picks between now and when we go on the clock. There's only like 35 picks or so. I'm not the best at math. I'm not going to try to do it live on the air. But roughly, at 30, 35 picks to go, there is so many good players. And hey, if we're looking like corners, not everyone's looking for the same type of corner. If you're looking quote unquote linebacker, are you talking about an edge rusher? Are you talking about a middle linebacker? Are you talking about a weak side linebacker? Are you talking about a Sam linebacker? I mean, there is a million different linebackers out there. So maybe Victor gets his wish. Maybe he does get a replacement for Josie Jewell because, once again, there is so much talent still sitting out here. I'm excited to see what's going to end up happening, man. So,
same here, and I don't know what Victor has against Jewell because I think Jewell is a pretty good player, and in accordance with Singleton, I think they do a tremendous job.
yeah, hey, I think we all have our guys, and Victor's been on that bus since the day we picked him. I'm sure, heck, it might be, I think Victor's a big college football fan as well, so very well could be that he doesn't like the college that he even came from, for that matter. But I digress. We all have a player that we maybe sometimes don't like, and we'd like to be replaced. Victor's is Josie Jewell. What's the one guy that you think is in the starting lineup right now for you, Albert, that you would like to see be replaced in this draft?
Now there is no question about it. For me, it is Cushenberry. He is the weakest link in the O line right now, and I can see that there's one guy or two guys that could be the center that could work for us. And my favorite person in the third round that we could pick up is Whippler. He is one. He is one mean bulldog.
Yeah, Weipler. I
Yeah,
know.
Whippler.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to make sure all our audience gets it though too. Weipler he's one mean son of a gun, man, and he's a pick of mine too. If he's sitting there at center, it's a place that we're going to need to have it. It's funny, Matt, who should be joining us actually, as we mentioned, in a little bit. Good time to also talk about this. We'll get to it in a sec. He's saying no centers. Matt is also a co-owner over at Rocky Mountain Sports Network, and Rocky Mountain Sports Network is how you're getting this fantastic coverage tonight that you're getting, guys. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Hey, and by the way, thanks for all the likes. Make sure you're sharing. That helps us out a ton. Subscribing, hitting that bell notification, checking us out on Twitter and Instagram. I'll definitely have a conversation with anybody that hits me up out there. I was just chatting with some of the guys over at the Mile High Huddle earlier today. So, let's go back and forth. If you can't get us live here, check us out there, and certainly check out the Rocky Mountain Sports Network. They're covering everything, guys. I went back after we got done, wrapped up the show, and man, just every single pick, bang, 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 bang. They were just on top of it. You wouldn't even have, if you weren't getting the fast feed over on Twitter, you could have just followed Rocky Mountain Sports Network over on Facebook. Would have kept you up to speed just as quick, I'm telling you. So, no centers. That's an interesting one for me, Matt, because I am not in love with all of them, but I'm in agreement with Albert. If a Weipler falls to us, I'm great. If it happens to be a Stromberg that falls to us and we pick him up, I'll be very disappointed, man. Very disappointed. So, all right. Matt or Albert, since you love reading comments, I'll let you read this very lengthy comment that comes up before I try to put it up on the screen, because Victor sometimes isn't always set for our PG-13 audience. So I just want to make sure we're not doing anything. And if we need to, wrap that up and maybe surmise it and put it in a bow that's a little bit more PG-13 appropriate, but give it to our viewers, that's okay too, man. You let me know what's going on if you don't mind.
Okay.
All
So
right.
this is from Victor. All right, here we go. Hear me out. We trade back, snag an offensive lineman and a tight end, trade a pick to Seattle, bring back Drew Lock, then boom. Stacked QB room with dangerous Stidbout Stidham and the return of the lock and loaded, locked in. Drew Lock.
Alexa, play
Plays
swag
surfing.
surfing. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I'll be honest, Victor. I was a Drew Lock guy. Thought he got a kind of a raw deal. Really thought he should have got the starting gig in front of Teddy Bridgewater, come hell or high water, just to see what he was made of. It never happened. He didn't end up beating out Geno up in Seattle. I think it's time to move on from some of our older players. And as much as I love the guy, I wish him success in another city. And Sally sails down by the seashore. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm all tongue twisted up. By the way, like I said, following online, it looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers
Are on the board.
are officially on the clock, ladies and
Yeah, on the
gentlemen.
clock.
Round 2 is officially started. Anything is possible. In fact, anything is possible because the pick is already in. So we're going to be analyzing this pick before we hardly even get a chance to even talk about it. Of course, the Steelers should know exactly where they want to go. They've had all night and day to talk or think about it. So, boy, any ideas on where they go? Joey Porter Jr. is still sitting out there, buddy, and they need a cornerback. And again, since Joey Porter Sr. played for him, I'm going to throw that out because, again, I didn't even get prepped for the good old Steelers here and what they might be picking. Any thoughts for you around the Steelers? And if you don't have anything, like I said, I know we didn't prepare, but it looks like offensive lineman, cornerback, defensive lineman, those are their needs from just a quick gander, I guess you could say, of what I'm looking at here, bud. So,
I think definitely one on the defensive side. Cornerback is indeed a need for them, but I think defensive line is even a bigger need.
If you look at the Steelers and the way they've kind of fallen off, it was pretty big. The Steelers used to be one of the most feared defenses out there. I mean, you never wanted to run into the Steelers defense. Unfortunately, that's kind of fallen by the wayside as of these last couple of years, and they are not a formidable defense. They could, as those those indicators, if you just throw all this knowledge aside and you just remember back to what the Steelers looked like last year, yes, they need help up and down the board when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. You know, they could probably take anything from the front line to the very back end safety and probably get help. So be interesting to see. And then the Cardinals are going on the clock right after this guy. After this, of course, if I remember right, yeah, this is part of the compensation from the Houston trade that they're sitting there at number 2 right here as well, of course. So next we'll be needing to start. Oh, there it is, buddy. News is in. Joey Porter Jr., cornerback. Called it, buddy. Out of Penn State, man. Wild, 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 man.
That's a steal for them.
It is. It's a guy that you know, obviously was projected maybe to go in that first round or by a lot of different people, but you know, for him to fall to his home team, like I was talking last night, buddy, they'll have no better information on a cornerback than Joey Porter Jr. His dad is literally, you know, one of the most valued, you know, in the history of the Steelers, one of the more valued players that ever played the game for them. So they know that they can talk, really get the down and dirty. And you have a kid, when they're raised around the NFL like that, they understand how it works. They've seen their dad have to go through it. It's not as surprising. It's not as shocking. They get in there, they get to work. I think it's a fantastic pickup. What's your thought, buddy?
Absolutely, it's quite a steal for them. And then Joey Porter he's going to be. I'm not sure if he's at the same level as PS2, but he could there be really quick.
You know, Victor is hitting a point here real quick, kind of getting back. He says, you know, on a serious note, linebacker Sanders out of Arkansas, and you know, he's got a point here, man. Like I was talking at the very beginning of the show, this is the type of thing I was talking about. This is a top tier linebacker. There's only a couple of them. Jack Campbell got taken by the Lions last night. He was that one of those quote unquote stud, you know, old school middle linebacker types that you like. Mr. Sanders out of Arkansas is the second. After this, it really starts to fall apart. Sanders, if he's sitting there at 67 and we haven't traded up, and all these centers are gone, and all these cornerbacks are gone, and all the running backs are gone, Victor, I wouldn't rule it out, and I wouldn't cry tonight if that was the case, man. So, good point. I appreciate you bringing it in. Cardinals are still on the clock, taking their time here in the number 2 pick. They weren't running to the podium like the Steelers were. Maybe, just maybe, the Steelers took their pick though too, and that's certainly a possibility as well. So.
Cardinals need a receiver.
Cardinals need a lot of things. Obviously, they're going to continue on with their quarterback. I really hope that, you know, Kyler Murray was going to have a better experience in the NFL than he's had so far. But, you know, boy, he's having a rough go, and I don't know if he's making it any easier on himself at times. So, regardless, they were moving ahead. That was obvious from last night with Kyler Murray, if we didn't know it already. Defensive line, cornerback, offensive line. That sound familiar? A lot of the needs for the Arizona Cardinals are the needs for the Denver Broncos. So this could be one of the first places we see one of our guys that we've been targeting come off the board. Me and Albert were talking, and what were we talking about before, Albert? About our studying.
Oh yeah, that we were looking a lot in the second and the third and the fourth round players, and made a list of them. But here, yeah, with the Cardinals, they have gaping holes everywhere, and apparently their defense is pretty much the worst in the NFL in scoring. So they need definitely weapons over there.
Shh! Don't say that. Don't say that, Albert. You realize who their defensive coordinator was last year? Don't say that. Don't say that.
VJ.
VJ, our new defensive coordinator. No, I honestly, I think they were handcuffed in a lot of different ways over there. I think honestly, J.J. Watt in his final year of his contract and the amount he didn't play, they got rid of Chandler Jones. He ends up going to the Raiders.
The
That being
Ti-
said,
the Titans.
wow. Big trade. That's what
Yep.
happened, buddy. That's why it was
Yep.
ticking down and ticking down. The Titans have moved up. And this could be, a lot of people thought this was going to happen earlier in the draft. But I want to get your opinion. Oh, the pick is in. Is it Will Levis? Is it Hendon Hooker? Is it one of those two quarterbacks that come off right here, buddy? Because here we are at the top of the second. They trade up. And the Lions go on the clock after this. Any idea outside of those two names where
Yeah.
Tennessee might be going?
They might go to. Did he pick up a tight end last night?
I don't believe no, because Kincaid was the only
Yeah.
tight end taken.
Yeah. So I think they might go to tight end because
Yeah, anything is possible here, man. This is wild, man. Just wild, man.
I'm gonna tally the trades.
You're gonna tally the trades tonight, man. All right,
Yep.
man. Well, that's one right in the books right there. So Tennessee Titans are coming up. Who are they getting? That's the question, man.
So
Is
the
Victor
Cardinals get.
saying Levis to Tennessee? Question mark? Question mark? Levis, could it be Hooker? I mean, they don't know if they're going to have their star running back back. Could this be the first running back that comes off the board? Anything is possible because,
Yes.
quite honestly, this draft has been crazy. And there it is. There it is, buddy.
Chardonnay.
No, Will Levis. Will Levis
Will
finally
Levis.
comes off the board. We finally get quarterback number 4 after Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson all went in round 1. Our number 4 quarterback comes off the board. It's Will Levis. And that kind of completes, hey, the green room guys, I guess you could say. So, hey, I'm sure I'm not watching it live, like I said, just kind of following it on a tracker online, guys. So I'm sure the look of relief is coming off over his face as he walks up, man. So,
So it almost looks like to me that the Cardinals are already giving up on the season.
the thing is that you need to. There's two. Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. If you keep trading back, you could be loading up for the future. We'll have to see what the trade details come out on this. But
They got free. They turned in 2 picks for this year's draft, and got 3 back for this year's draft.
okay, so it's all sitting in this year. It's all
Yep.
sitting in this year. So hey, you pick up a pick in this year's draft. We'll figure out the details if we can on that. But right now, Lions on the clock, buddy, too. So I don't know what your thoughts are around the Lions. A lot of people were surprised at their picks that they took last night, saying I even saw statistics saying if they would have stayed at the picks they were at, not been involved in those 2 trades, there was a 99% chance that the guys that they picked would have been there anyway. They traded up
Yeah,
basically for no reason is basically what it came down to. So,
but it is better to be safe than sorry, and they were safe. And so, yeah, I don't know what to say about it. But if they really wanted those guys and they didn't want to take any risks, then good kudos to them.
it's something that we did in free agency, right? We know that we knew that we had to address right tackle. We saw Mike McGlinchey out there. We took
Yep.
care of it. We didn't worry about it. We're not gonna go halfway or kind of go tiptoe into it. No, you got to go in there. You got to get it taken care of. Do the best you can. Move on. What next?
Hey.
Left guard. Let's get Powers. Okay, put him in there. Now we got that left guard taken care of. Move on. You know what I mean? So it was very much that way. The Lions saw their guys. They didn't want to take a chance on them not being there. I just got done talking about there's not a whole lot of quality talent beyond the first few picks of each position. They went out and they got who they thought were their top 2 guys, man. So
Let's say hi to Michael Ronquillo.
do we got Michael Ronquillo in the house? Hey, we do have Michael Ronquillo in the house, man. I apologize, Michael. I'm jumping all over the board and trying to keep track of all this, but Good evening to you. He says, good evening, Keith and Albert. We got we got some hearts, buddy. We got some
Hmm.
blue and orange hearts. One for each of us, man. Which one you want?
I'm the orange one.
Okay, well, good. I got the blue going on. I got the blue going on. Also, what we got going on
The
is not only
Lions.
a fantastic sponsor, but we also have our first special guest of the night, man. We were going to welcome in the fantastic, the amazing, the Willow Seasonings and Blends demigod, David Slade. Welcome to the show, David Slade. How are we doing, sir?
Doing well. How are you gentlemen doing?
We're doing great. See?
Fantastic, buddy.
I'm
Fantastic.
ready for the Broncos to make some noise. I was shocked Arizona traded out, but and I heard Albert's comment about they may be giving up on the season already, but that team has so many holes anyway. They figure they need as much draft capital as they can get. So,
mind if I just jump in here real quick? I just want to announce what the pick was. Our first guy, and I know a guy that Albert had spotted, Sam Laporta, Iowa tight end, goes off the board to the Detroit Lions, by the way.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
I'm surprised that Luke Musgrave is still in there.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways you could go. They fell in love with the Iowa kids. Sam Laporta heading to the Detroit Lions, and the Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock. Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, bud.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I mean, I think Arizona, they have so many holes on that roster. But I thought they maybe would have gone offensive line again. You got to keep Kyler Murray protected. They went tackle yesterday? Is that what they went? Offensive tackle.
I believe so. I'll take a look again real quick.
Yeah.
Guys,
so I was thinking would have been an ideal spot to maybe grab a guard or something like that. But hey, you can get those in later rounds. So if you can pick up some more capital to drop back a little bit more, it really helps.
Yeah, they went out and got Paris Johnson Jr. with the number 6 pick, Ohio State tackle.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
So Colts here, yeah. Did you guys see Jim Irsay's tweet?
I did not.
It doesn't matter. Buddy. It doesn't matter now, but
okay.
He was sort of teasing out that we may pick Levis.
Wow, back-to-back QBs?
Right, and I wonder if that's why Tennessee jumped up to where they did. And they were talking about it was going to be another RG3 and Kirk Cousins type situation,
Got to throw this all out, guys. The Raiders have traded up and taken over the Indianapolis Colts pick, and their pick is in. Rams are on the clock next. Where the heck are the Raiders going trading up?
Ooh.
Wow. Who are they liking this big that they need to jump?
It looks like
could this be Hooker getting in front of the Rams?
Or Avila, maybe, the offensive guard from TCU.
Yeah.
He fills a position of need for them.
Yeah, sure does. Of course, they went out and they've got a defensive lineman stud yesterday, and I for the life of me, I was trying to remember his name right off the top of my head, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah, they went Tyree Wilson yesterday.
Tyree Wilson, yeah. Thank you. Lining up with Crosby, that's going to be scary, but man.
Yeah, I mean,
I still think it could be Hooker. I think it could be Hooker.
It could be because you got Garoppolo. I mean, and let Hooker come in and learn a little bit. I mean, Hooker still needs to recover from that knee injury.
Yeah, but they were even traded. Go ahead, Albert. I lost my train of thought anyway. So
Garoppolo is also injury prone. So if you have a decent backup behind him, like a Hendon Hooker, I can see that.
They were tied to what I was going to say. They were tied to Anthony Richardson at the top of the board a little bit too. So that's the only reason I'm thinking, possibly Hooker here as well. And hey, if Josh McDaniels ever left NFL coaching at any point, wait, he did. Where did he go coach? Didn't he coach in Tennessee?
No.
Am I thinking the wrong guy here? I must be.
I think you are.
I'm sorry.
Because McDaniels, I mean, he left Denver Where'd he go after Denver?
Okay, guys. That aside, Keith was wrong. We're just going to put that out of our memory. We don't have to discuss it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because we're getting our first run here. Michael Mayer, tight end,
Yep.
is who gets selected here. Obviously, Darren Waller was moved on, went over to the New York Giants.
Yeah.
Was possibly a top 5 tight end when he was available and on the field, maybe even a top 3 tight end when available and on the field. Did have some injuries issues. He's shipped off to the New York Giants. Michael Mayer is the replacement. Dave, I'll get your first reaction on that.
Well, first of all, I'll say I know Jody's happy that one of his Golden Domers finally came off the board. So I like
maybe
Meyer.
not where he went to.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not something we want to see. You know, it's like you guys were talking last night. I mean, Chargers getting better with their draft pick with was it Quentin Johnston out of TCU. You know, Kansas City, it seems like everything they touch of lately turns to gold, you know. And now the Raiders pick up a tight end that Denver's always struggled covering tight ends. And I mean, Meyer, not as big of a pass threat, in my opinion, really good run blocker, which is really going to be good for their run game out there. So, because I can see him leaning heavily on Josh Jacobs now and getting Meyer. But he can still catch some passes and do some damage. So I think it's a good pick for him.
I was right here with Victor. I thought it was going to be Hooker too, Victor. So it's not Albert. Now 2 tight ends are off the board, man. That's a place that the Broncos were looking. Are we getting nervous? Or is our guy going to be there if we want him to be there?
I think the guy that I really liked was Sam Laporta, and he is gone.
Yep.
So the only one that is pretty much left is Luke Musgrave.
Yeah, Luke Musgrave is another big one. I'll thumb through my notes for our tight end as we get a little bit closer, especially if I have to wait and see if all my good guys go. But right now we got the Rams picking for the very first time, guys. Much like the Broncos didn't have a first round pick, so
right.
Pick is in. They have not traded the pick. That just happened, and we'll see Roger Goodell, or somebody will see Roger Goodell. I won't, because I'm just following along online here. But a lot of needs over there, guys. Edge, offensive line, cornerback. They could go a lot of different directions here.
They got a whole smorgasbord of needs, you know, and this is sort of the argument that Matt and I had with Kurt from K&K Sports, you know, when they sold out, you know, and gave up pretty much everything and overpaid people and everything just to win one championship. And is it really worth it to do that? You know, now, because look where you're at, you're in the middle of a rebuild, and drafting is not 100%, you know, so you take some shots and you hope they work, but they got a bunch of holes to fill.
Yeah, I think it was McVay that, and then I'll let you go, Albert. I think it was McVay that famously said, "F them picks," if I remember correctly.
Right.
So now they're paying the price for that. Albert, go ahead, buddy.
So there are several tight ends that I really like that would fit in the Broncos scheme, or especially a Peyton scheme. Darnell Washington.
Yes.
Payne Durham.
Later, yes.
And then for even a later round, Thomas Greeny.
Well, you're digging deeper than me, buddy. So if you like that guy, I'll have to take a look at him. It'll be interesting to see, you know, what happens. 2 off the board. Luckily, the Rams aren't in dire need of a tight end, so that should stop right there. And after that, guys, our Seahawks go on the clock. Of course, this was part of the Denver-Seattle trade. So another pick coming across for Seattle after we get done with the Rams here. And like I said, pick is in, should be coming up shortly.
I pulled up my spreadsheet. Makes it easier for me.
You go, brother. I don't blame you one bit, man. I'm lost if I'm without my notes, and quite honestly, looking cool is kind of being a detriment to me here. So every once in a while, if you see me lifting up these shades, it's because, goodness, I can't see anything. I'll be honest. But it's all right, man. It's all right. Uh,
Do
So what do
know
you
that-
guys think the Rams are doing here? They can go defensive side of the ball, or do they need to shore up that receiver room now?
honest, yeah. Boy, I think they would love to get an offensive line. Well, there you go. I said it just as it flipped. I was going to say offensive lineman. Do you guys want to know the pick?
Oh, I see it there. Yeah,
Steve Avila,
yeah. The guy I
guard.
just mentioned. So
Yeah,
what about
100%.
what
Go,
about
go, Dave. What do
Seattle?
you like about this guy, man? What do you like about Steve Avila? Because I liked him too, man.
I like his size. The guy's just he's big. He got good feet. I think he is a sort of a mauler. That can really knock people around and stuff like that. So I think he'll help out the interior of that Rams line there.
A lot of people think that he can even transition to center. Here's a kid out of Arlington, Texas. He's 6'3.5", 332 pounds, 33-inch arms. So obviously he's not going to be able to slide out to that defensive tackle. Just doesn't have the length, but can play those interior positions. And a guy that I was, again, with all this talent, you don't know where the runs are going to happen. Didn't know if Steve Avila would fall to us. That's one that you can check off my board that is no longer available. Really like that guy. So, hey guys, we're gonna fill up the board here, man. I'm trying to jump all around, but we gotta round out the DBR crew, and we gotta bring in the judge himself, Mr. Jody Moncrief. Welcome to the show, Jody. How you doing, sir?
What's up, everyone?
Jody, what's going on?
What's up, David?
how's the puppy doing?
The puppy's doing good.
Oh, you
glad
got a
to hear
new
that.
got a new puppy?
No, a little accident last night with it.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully everything's okay.
Nope, all good.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jody was singing songs from the '90s. Who
So-
let the dogs out? Who? Yeah.
One thing I just read about Avila is he did not allow a single sack in 515 snaps at TCU last year.
Guys, and getting us up to speed, Derek Hall goes off the board, edge rusher to the Seattle Seahawks. Man, that was one of those top couple of guys that I thought were really, really good at that position, man. Derek Hall, again, Auburn edge rusher to the Seattle Seahawks. Jody, you're fresh in here, man. What do you think of that pick? Seattle taking the pick from the Denver got in the trade, or taking the pick that Denver gave them in the trade and turning it into Derek Hall edge rusher. You with me, Jody?
Sorry. Yeah, no, I think it's a good pick. I had him on my top 5 for edge rushers. Great pick. One pick I'm not happy about is Michael Mayer's. I'm a huge Notre Dame fan, and I hate seeing people like that go to the Raiders. I mean,
We talked about that.
I seen him last year. Our quarterback would lock in on him, and he would have 3 guys on him, and he would find a way to catch the ball. This guy, to me, is an elite pass catcher, and I mean, he's going to fill Darren Waller's shoes nicely.
Yeah, man. Found a great replacement, man. And it's unfortunate, especially when you're, a college guy that you've been watching goes to the wrong team. But great pickup for the Raiders. Unfortunately, I'd have to agree with you, man.
What are your guys' thoughts? Is Will Levis Drew Lock 2.0?
No.
No.
No, I gave you my comparison, I think, shortly last night. My comparison is going to be Jay Cutler 2.0.
Two very talented quarterbacks that were mismanaged in their careers.
Agreed.
I think.
Oh, there's another trade.
Wow, another one. Geez,
Atlanta
they're
Falcons
going
are
crazy.
now on the clock, picking up right after the Seattle Seahawks, guys. So, and the pick is in. Obviously, they knew exactly who they wanted. So, wow, guys, it's just been. I don't know if I've seen a crazier draft than what I've experienced in these first 1 and a third rounds. It's been insane.
Yeah, we have 7 picks and already 3 trades.
Dave, how far does Hendon Hooker have to fall before?
Well, and
before
that's
the
what I
Broncos
was
you
just
move
going
up?
to ask. I mean, over on ESPN, they're saying that Hendon Hooker is the best fit for Atlanta right here. Are they not sold on Ritter? And maybe they say, hey, we need a backup, and let those two duke it out and see who's going to win the job.
Yeah, I
Who
don't.
was
I
it?
don't.
Wasn't it the Redskins that did that? And then
Yes.
Kirk
Yes.
Cousins like round 5 or 4 or whatever.
Well, yeah, they did RG3, and then they did Kirk Cousins later in the draft, like round
Yeah.
3, I think.
Yep.
So, and actually, before you came on, Jody, we were talking because Jim Irsay from the Colts had sent out a teaser tweet earlier, sort of hinting that they may draft Levis, but Tennessee traded up, and maybe Tennessee believed him and they traded up above him and took him, but they were talking about it like it may be one of those RG3 Kirk Cousin type moves.
Does he start day 1?
Ooh, there we go,
Who?
guys.
Levis?
No, Richardson.
Pick us in, gentlemen. We have Matthew Bergeron, offensive tackle, Syracuse, going to the Atlanta Falcons, protecting Desmond Ritter, buddy. They're not worried about Desmond Ritter. They're not replacing Desmond Ritter. They got a guy that I liked on my board as well at offensive tackle, Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse, man.
See, I'll bet he bumps inside because they still have Jake Matthews at left tackle, and then the guy that was getting linked to Denver, the right tackle. I can't. His name escaping me. In Atlanta.
Yeah, I know who you were talking about, but it's blanking me too.
With the long hair.
Yep.
I'll look it up.
That being said, a lot of times you'll see that even for a year, you kick them inside, you kick them. If you think they're going to be your left tackle, they end up being your right tackle, for the first year because, you want to warm them up to the NFL. I could definitely see this guy playing the first year, but you also have the opportunity then if he's playing well that you can kick him to that outside, release that other, veteran guy who's dragging down your salary and put Matthew Bergeron in the tackle position, I think, in a year. He's that good. So
does Carolina go receiver here and get some more weapons for Bryce Young?
Yeah, we're Carolina, New Orleans, and then the Cardinals, just to kind of give you guys the lineup. But yeah, I mean, they certainly could utilize some wide receivers. It's the one place they really haven't addressed as of yet. Boy.
Besides Denver, I think they've probably had the nicest free agency. I mean, they picked up a lot of nice pieces.
They have, but not. I wouldn't say like. What am I looking at? Those high skill position type of players. It's not like they went out and got an Odell Beckham or anything like that. They filled in the pieces and parts much like the Broncos did, and got good solid players in good positions. Didn't go too flashy, I don't think so.
No,
what do you think? What are you thinking, Dave? I mean, cornerback.
I think they really
offensive tackle. I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised to see him go receiver, and I like the receiver at Ole Miss, Mingo, I think is his last name. Yeah. Jonathan Mingo. So, and that guy is, you get him in open field, and he's a hard one to bring down.
He reminds me of what's the freak athlete up in Seattle?
Oh, Metcalf.
DK Metcalf.
Yeah, he's like that. I don't think he's as tall. He's only 6'2". What's Metcalf? Maybe 6'4". So, but I mean, still the same style. Good vertical route runner. They probably need to get Bryce Young some weapons, but they also need some defensive help over there too. So,
is Charbonnet still available?
Yeah. All the running backs. Well, I shouldn't say all the running backs.
But,
2 running backs taken, I think, if I remember correctly.
And the pick is in for Carolina. So,
yeah, not a trade. Not a trade.
Nope.
It's a walk up to the podium here for the Carolina Panthers. There's so many ways they could end up going. Edge is kind of already going off the board. If there's a guy that you like at edge, I think you need to take him here. That would be my suggestion. I don't know who it might be, but edge might be the position just because of the value of it. Right. You're not going to get another chance later down the board. You might have somebody at wide receiver. You might have somebody at some of these defensive line positions. I think you go edge.
What are you guys' thought of the Sean Payton video last night?
You know, I mean, one, we don't even know how old that video is. I mean, it's definitely probably not recent, you know, uh, um,
Agree.
but it is what it is, you know.
Yeah,
You know,
we nitpick a lot worse. So
Right.
I also haven't seen any 100% confirmation or denial on this, so it is still speculative in my opinion. Um, that being said, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be looked upon happily by the NFL if it happens to be 100% accurate and real.
Right.
But at the same time, there's really nothing in the NFL policy and handbook that they can really do. Maybe conduct detrimental to the league and a fine, but I would fight it if I was Sean Payton. That's the closest thing that I could see
Yeah, I
that would
would too.
happen.
And like I said, I mean, how old is that video? Is this something that happened when he was in New Orleans, or or is
I
it
couldn't see
some?
the ticker.
And I couldn't either. You know, you really couldn't see it too great, and I'm wondering. So, you know,
if I was him, I'd be upset. You know who was in that room, and someone leaked it.
oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
You know, you got a handful of people that leaked it. So,
Right.
Well, there's only probably one guy with that camera. The two guys, the guy that's standing there holding it, anything for
Right.
you is not the guy that necessarily you have to worry about.
Hackett leaked it.
What'd you say?
Hackett leaked it.
Hackett. Well, hey, look at you, Mr. Slade, man. Mr. Slade is slaying it, man. This is the second time he's picked it. Jonathan
That's-
Mingo, wide receiver,
That's a great
Mississippi.
pickup.
Yep.
yeah, that is a great pick for Carolina.
Just surprised, man. They could have done a lot as far as the internal building blocks on this team. Like I said, edge rusher is someplace that you could go. I didn't know if Mingo would quite go this high. I know he's been rising up draft boards, but yeah, Jonathan Mingo, heck of a wide receiver, and it will certainly be a weapon.
Yeah,
Certainly be a weapon for Bryce Young. I'm sorry.
I know Albert's
Saints on
been
the
high
clock here, guys.
Yeah, I know Albert's been high on the tight ends. Is this where Musgrave from Oregon State ends up in New Orleans? Give Derek Carr sort of a safety blanket down there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Him or Washington.
Carr really likes
Don't
his
know.
tight ends, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not a huge Saints follower, so I don't know what their tight end room looks like right now. But it
Yeah,
is
Taysom Hill.
identified as a position of need. Right. Taysom
I
Hill.
mean, isn't Musgrave is who they compare Taysom Hill to, right?
Yeah, a little. Yeah, I mean, he's a receiver through and through, and he is. I mean, he's been hurt though. The only thing is, I mean, I haven't seen Taysom Hill ever get hurt. You know,
Right.
I'd be worried with Musgrave taking a whole lot of hits, to be honest. So, I think he's a great receiving. I would say he's closer to maybe a Dulcich or an Albert O than he is Taysom Hill, in my opinion. But I'm not an expert. I'm not an official expert.
I mean,
I'm
this
just a guy
makes
in
a lot of
sunglasses.
sense. Jawan Johnson, that's who they have projected as their starter. That's not a name that screams out at you.
Yeah.
If they're looking for a receiving tight end, then it would be Luke Musgrave.
Yeah, I would agree, man. I could see it lining up really well.
He's pretty fast too. Musgrave.
If you
is,
watched,
Very fast.
although if you watched Washington at the combine, he made some incredible one-hand catches on the sideline
Yeah.
and stuff. And I mean, he is a huge. What's he like? 6'7", 6'8"?
yeah, very strong too.
He's also a very adept blocker and a willing blocker.
Right.
I mean,
I
if
want
he
you guys
falls,
to be quiet, man. I don't want any of the teams below it or in front of us listening to this, man. Darnell Washington is a guy I want on our team. I'd love to have that. I
Oh,
agree with you.
Well,
That would be
I think if we want him, we're going to have to trade up. If that's really what Denver's targeting, then they're going to have to trade up to get Washington, in my opinion.
You think so, man?
I don't see him lasting all the way until the beginning of the third round.
Matt was telling me he was read somewhere that he was slipping a little bit because of a knee injury.
Very good, man. And let him slip, man.
Yeah.
We'll have it scoped
I
and
mean,
I'll take it.
Yeah,
Take 'em.
how bad is that knee injury? So
Looked pretty good in every place that I saw. That's what I see. But
and
Yeah.
that's what Denver really needs. We need a tight end who's willing to block.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we really lack that on our offense, and especially if we're gonna try to go heavy on the run game, a blocking tight end would be really good to add. You
'Cause
know, and somebody who still is a threat in the receiving game.
Because I got
Yeah.
a funny feeling from Sean Payton when he was asked about Greg Dulcich, and he just said, "We'll see." Not like, "Yeah, we're
Yeah,
really committed to him," and he showed a lot of promise or nothing. It was just a "we'll see."
But I think that's been Sean Payton pretty much about everybody. Heck, he's even sort of hinted that about Russell Wilson. Well, we'll see. You know,
Right.
I mean, I don't think he really wants to commit until he sees these guys out on the field. You know what they can actually do. And yeah, Dolchich, yeah, the guys.
there you go, guys. Edge continues to go. Isaiah Foskey comes off from Notre Dame, heading to the New Orleans Saints. I should let Jody talk about Isaiah Foskey since he's the Notre Dame guy. What do you think, buddy?
He's an elite pass rusher. Good bend. He was probably the top 2 guy on their defense last year. It's a great pickup for the Saints.
Yeah, I had him also on our list. It would have been my third pick.
Yeah, Isaiah Foskey, I wasn't as impressed as some with Isaiah Foskey, but this is, again, one of those one of those classes of in the draft where there's not a whole lot of guys at the top. Obviously, the Saints thought pretty good of Isaiah Foskey. It was a position of need. They needed an edge rusher down there as well. So, again, as that value ticks away, you got to figure out, where's my value board? Yes, I really need a tight end, but how many tight ends are on the board? How many edge rushers are on the board? Where do I value my top guy on each position? Where do I need to go? Edge rusher is going to, take that precedence with already some of the top guys already gone. I think the tight end class is a little bit deeper, especially through the mid rounds. So Isaiah Foskey comes off the board. Great pickup by the Saints. I agree.
See, if it would be for us, I think Tui Piloto would be a good for us.
And
Well-
pick is in for Arizona. So now is this the trade pick that they move back on?
This is the Tennessee Arizona trade pick. So
Okay.
What does
not the
What does-
Texans.
drafting Will Levis say about Malik Willis? Is he already a bust?
I don't know if he's a bust. I mean, but I don't think you put your faith in him. He's a serious project. He has some serious flaws in the passing game, and that was proven last year. And that was one of his concerns coming out. The guy has a rocket arm, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, I'll even say this about somebody, and everybody knows how much I like Drew Lock. I mean, that guy had a rocket arm too, but he just couldn't put it together, on the field. And I think that's a Malik Willis type issue here as well. And yeah, I think Levis is definitely an upgrade over Malik Willis.
But I think with Drew Lock, most of it had to do also with coaching.
Oh, I agree. I agree 100%, Albert.
I was a big Lock fan. I still am, but it is all about the coaching.
Yep.
And I think the Broncos ruined it.
Especially when you have one of those players that they're sort of like a Levis, they're on the edge, they're on the fringe of, this guy's an NFL starter, or this guy could be, and that's where Drew fell, and Drew just didn't get the coaching that he needed to elevate him, and I think Drew sort of hurt himself too with some immaturity on his part.
All right, the pick is in for the Cardinals, guys. A lot of different ways they could go. I'm going to put my little 2 cents out there. I think this is going to be cornerback. I want to say Keely Ringo out of Georgia goes here to the Arizona Cardinals.
I'm gonna go with Benton out of Wisconsin, the defensive tackle, Kanoa Benton.
Oh, Kenton Benton. Oh, yeah. Kanoa Benton. Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. I'm sorry. I've got so many names running through my head, Dave. I'm telling you, man.
It's hard to keep them straight.
It is. And then you
No.
got to reference rosters that are current, too. Oh, my goodness. But pick is in. Green Bay Packers go on the clock. Of course, Green Bay Packers shipping off Aaron Rodgers and
What?
replacing him
When
with a wide receiver, too.
When did that happen?
Yeah, it took a long time, man. You may have missed it in the news cycle. It kind of fell by the wayside for quite a while. But honestly, I was a little bit concerned. I was thinking that, honestly, San Francisco was going to try to make a run at him, and just blow up everything.
Yeah, I thought so too. But I think San Francisco may really be sold on Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy
Amazing.
shocked a lot of people.
Yep.
So,
I think Purdy did really well in the last 5 games that he played.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
except
he
for
did.
that
I mean,
very,
look at
very
the-
last one.
yeah, well, look at the heart he had. The guy shouldn't even have been out there playing.
No,
You know?
still trying to throw the ball.
Right. I mean, and that shame on Shanahan for throwing him out there and putting him in further jeopardy.
way.
So,
Yeah. Man, talking about being in jeopardy, it seems like that's where the Arizona Cardinals are at, guys. Cliff Kingsbury is out, have to bring in a new head coach. That was supposed to be the pairing, Kingsbury and Murray, they were going to take the world by storm.
right, and that's why I'm thinking defensive tackle here, because Jonathan Gannon really likes his defensive linemen.
And that's fair, man.
What-
We took one.
If Arizona's back next year, would you? And they're in the running for Caleb Williams. Are you moving on from Kyler Murray?
No,
Absolutely.
you think so? It really depends on how he plays.
Pick is out, guys. Arizona Cardinals keep the edge run going. B.J. Ujulari
Oh wow,
out of LSU goes to the Arizona Cardinals, man. This edge run is going deep, man. Deep. That's 3 here already in the first 10 picks in the second round, guys. So Green Bay Packers now on the clock, followed by the Jets, just to kind of keep you up to speed. So thoughts about I know that Mr. Slade over there, you're a big LSU fan. You might have the best information on B.J. Ojulari. So,
he's good. He was all SEC last year.
Yeah.
So that's saying something in the SEC. It's not like you're all Mountain West or something,
hey, now.
So, or Big Sky or something like that.
They play big boy football down there.
Yeah.
They certainly do. They do.
The only concern is, he entered the season with a knee injury. So, how does he come back? But he had 5.5 sacks last year. He had 58 tackles, 8.5 were for loss. So, I'm sorry. He missed 2 early season games with the knee injury. I'm sorry. So he's fine. But he did opt out of their bowl game. So, speaking of that, what do you guys think of that? I mean, are bowl games just sort of going away now unless it's a playoff game?
Just really quick, pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. They ran to the podium. So
That's quick.
That's quick.
Safety, tight end, wide receiver were their big needs right off the top, and obviously they addressed the wide receiver. So
I was gonna say
safety or
Jalen.
tight end.
Tight
Jalen.
end. Tight
It
end.
is.
Luke Musgrave.
There you go.
Washington.
Wow.
No, Luke Musgrave.
Luke Musgrave goes to the Packers, man.
How mad is Aaron Rodgers right now? Is he just throwing stuff in his fancy home that he doesn't get cell phone reception in, and you got to FaceTime him and all that stuff? Is he that mad that he begged for offensive weapons and they wouldn't get him anything in their first 2 picks this year or offensive weapons? So is this Green Bay slapping him in the face?
I think so. They were. I think with Green Bay, they were tired of him as well.
Yeah, I mean he could wear on you. That's one reason.
Yeah.
My opinion, he's more talented than Russell Wilson, but I did not want him because of all the baggage that came with that guy and all the headaches and drama and everything. I didn't want Wilson either, but I'm not going to turn this into that right now. But
Yeah.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers he wore out his welcome there, just with the games he would play, the mind games. So
Yeah, not much different than his predecessor, and Brett Favre, played those
Repeat,
games at
learn
the
from
end
the
and kind of
best.
wore out his welcome in the
Yeah.
very end. So,
Wow, and the Jets pick is in already,
yeah,
so
went
we're
Will
having a
McDonald
sprint
last
right
week.
now.
Yeah, Will McDonald edge rat last night. Last night, I'm sorry, man. I feel like I'm stumbling over my words. Last night, Will McDonald. So obviously not a position of need here tonight. They also need safety. They need some O-line help. This could be a place where we start to see those centers start to tick off, in my opinion, or
Do you
a
think
guy that
maybe?
could play guard center like Avila. So,
Do you think maybe we see Brian Branch from Alabama finally?
ooh.
He's sliding down the board. I wouldn't mind seeing him slide all the way down to the third round and Denver pick him up.
This is what I'm telling you. There's too many guys that people valued. I looked at everyone's drafts and all their mocks and everything, and I can see this guy's in the first or the second, this guy's in the first, second, this guy, this guy, this guy. There's too many. You can't put all these guys. There's so much value. I think that we're going to see some of these bigger names, aka slide, in the draft, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Right.
So
Like
how do
with a Branch.
Yeah.
How many of these players do you think will be a bust? They're picked up too high, and
Oh, there's always a percentage, but I really do
Yeah.
feel like this is a good good mix in the like not just like stellar talent, not like hey we're going to be seeing all these guys with gold jackets, come 20 years from now or whatever
Right.
it may be. But I think these are going to be. I think this is going to be a draft that's just full of like great players that play a good football for a good decent amount of time.
Right.
And there'll be a few highlights within the crowd. So
I would
here it
say
is.
I would say looking at it. Go ahead, Keith.
Joe Tippmann, center, goes to the New York Jets, buddy.
Oh wow.
So
yeah.
there's that center that I was wondering about. So
There's those weapons that Aaron Rodgers wants.
Well, didn't they bring back? Didn't they bring back Connor McGovern?
yeah, but that's short term.
Connor's
When did
old,
they
though,
bring him
man.
back, and how much did they bring him back for, and how much longer does
How
Connor
old is
McGovern have?
Connor? Yeah.
I think it's you need to look towards the future. This is a perfect future for them.
Yep.
It's
I agree.
probably my
favorite.
favorite center in all of the draft, even over John Michael Schmitz.
Yeah. So out of everybody that's been picked so far, if you had to look at one guy and say, yeah, I think you are the biggest risk for being a bust, who would you guys put it on?
Oh, Anthony Richardson. Going forward, I mean, that's the biggest boom bust.
Yeah, a lot of up, a lot of down. That's hard to argue with, man.
He was inconsistent at Florida, but I tell you what, when that
Didn't
guy
have
was
enough
on,
time.
boy, watch out. I mean, and he can run too. So, I think Levis,
In this round for sure.
right. I think he may be. He sort of has a, I guess what would you call it, a personality issue. So, I guess if he can sort of change that attitude or whatever, maybe he can. He has talent, but
Yeah.
it's just another immaturity maybe might get him. So hopefully
Yeah.
somebody takes him under his wing and coaches him up. They got Tannehill still there, right?
Oh,
Or
yeah,
or does Tannehill take the Joe Flacco route and say this isn't my job to mold this guy? So,
pick is in from the Colts, by the way, guys. So Colts have didn't take a whole lot of time. They didn't run, but they certainly have decided it's time to run up to the podium now. So
I
I think this has got to be a wide receiver.
I don't know. This could be our run on offensive lineman, in my opinion. Cornerback is still a need.
how about Stevenson out of Miami?
Yeah, it could be Stevenson out of Miami. I still like your idea of Branch here too. Branch
Right.
is a guy that could certainly go. Alabama guys go. Simple as that,
Right.
man. So I mean, this would be a
Especially
good landing
defensive
spot.
guys. I
Yeah.
think Alabama defensive guys are more successful in the NFL than their offensive guys. But that's changing too. Their offensive guys are finally catching up, but their defensive guys are usually studs in the NFL.
Yeah, them in Georgia. I would go with
Right.
a Georgia defensive guy every day of the week, and
Right.
you know, it's kind of like taking an Ohio State offensive lineman. You know, you feel pretty good.
Right.
And for Tipman, if he sits 5 or 6 games after McGovern, he can learn a lot and then give him a shot.
Well, guys, as 44 is about ready to pick off the board, that means we'll have about 23 more picks until our official time. That being said, you know, when do we start getting anxious? When do we start thinking, you know, hey, there's a guy there that we want, and we're willing to try to trade up for him? How soon is too soon, or how soon is the right time, in your opinion? What pick do we trade up to if we have the right guy? Limited capital or picks to work with,
Right,
obviously.
right.
So you can't go flying up the board to the, you know.
I
number
see the
46
only
here.
way the only way I really see us moving up, you know, especially into the late second round, is we're gonna have to throw a player in there, and it may be Cortland. You know,
Yeah.
Cortland and then one of the thirds maybe to move up. So, or does somebody value Cortland enough to just, you know, take him just for a second? I'm not sure, you know, but
Well,
I would say
speaking of
mid
which, after
50s.
after the Packers here, we have the New England Patriots on the clock, just to kind of fuel that fire as far as a wide receiver needed, buddy. So,
I mean,
you
I
see-
think it. Oh, go ahead.
So he has a thought too. And Dulcich also played in a wide receiver. So if Sutton gets traded, Dulcich might move up to becoming a wide receiver.
Oh, and the Colts went with Julius Brents, cornerback out of Kansas State.
Oh no, one of my favorite guys, man. If you guys didn't look at Julius Brents, man, here's a guy that is tall. He is long. He can man up. He can play zone. This was the guy to fit into Sean Payton's system, in my opinion. If we were going to go cornerback, it's the guy I wanted. I thought he might last to us, but obviously, man, the Colts thought like I did, man. I think he's a fantastic talent. Great add to the Colts, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Great pick. Great pick.
Hey, you see that last comment down there, Keith?
You know, I'll get over to it, buddy. I'm trying to do 6 things, so I appreciate you letting me know here. All right, we'll throw it up here. Hopefully, it's not. Hope we draft a strength and conditioning coach.
And just to let everybody know, you know, the old strength and conditioning guy is gone. So
Yeah.
So Zorgi Masias, and I'm terrible with names, so I'm gonna try to say that's your name. I appreciate you jumping in, by the way, and coming in a little bit later. The first time I've seen your name tonight, so.
But and this is a good point, because this is one area Denver really needs to improve in, because I think that had a big impact on the amount of injuries we had. A lot of hamstrings last year.
And we have indeed a new strength and conditioning coach.
Yes.
And George of Sean even took the one of the big guys from New Orleans as a conditioning coach.
Just really quick, guys. Packers are off the clock. Lions have traded up, and they're on the clock.
Wow. Are you shocked that the Packers just traded within their own division?
I'm shocked that the Lions have been trading throughout this entire draft. It's amazing. They traded up twice yesterday. They're trading up again here.
Right. And there's a lot of people saying that they may be moving on from Swift.
Yeah, I would have to say so.
If you're the Broncos, you want to reach out and see what you can do to get Swift. I mean, running back is an area of need for us.
100%. Want to make sure his medicals all check out. Obviously, I think he went down a little bit for last year, but you know, an intriguing option at the right value. Yeah, I would take a look at him. You know,
or
especially as we start going down.
Just release him.
So is this where
you wait for it?
Yeah.
Is this where Charbonnet goes then?
But Albert's been on this name since yesterday.
Yeah, he loves Charbonnet.
Yeah, he does. Chardonnay or Charbonnet?
Yeah, right. They're the ones who traded up and picked up Jamari Gibbs though yesterday at running back. So if they go back and go a third and pick up another one, I'd be kind of
shocked,
surprised at that point. Yeah,
right.
I think, quite honestly, like I've been saying, there's been runs in different positions. This could be an edge rusher because those guys are going to start running out here pretty shortly.
Yeah, looks
You
like
know,
their biggest needs right now are defensive tackle and defensive end.
there you go. There you go. So,
So
yeah, the Patriots, the Commanders are in front of them though. So I don't know. This could be like a more skilled position player, like a wide receiver or something like that. Because I look at both of those teams probably needing to add that position. It'll be
Holden,
interesting. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Pick is in, gentlemen. Hopefully Goodell shuffles his feet a little bit
Yeah.
faster. Hey, the nice thing is we go from 7 minutes per pick in the second round to 5 minutes per pick. So
Right.
it'll pick up the speed a little bit here on some of these ones that we were wondering.
yeah,
what's
it
taking
definitely
so long.
does. So,
They
question
just need-
is,
yeah,
go
ahead.
go ahead, Albert.
I just say they just need a conveyor belt for Goodell.
Yeah, they do. That seems like a long walk he's taking, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's getting his steps in. I hope he's wearing his little Fitbit thing, tracking his steps. So I was going to ask. I mean, we got picks 67 and 68.
Yep.
Yeah, something like that.
If Hooker slides down that far, do you grab him? Is he a project behind Russell? I mean,
I don't think he's a project. The thing is that I just think there's more needs on the roster. I just don't. Man, he's one of my favorite quarterbacks, Dave. One of my favorites. I think he was right up there. I don't think if he got hurt, I don't think he would be sitting around outside the.
Oh,
top
I
10.
don't think so either.
So
I mean, how much concern is there over that knee that he's
But that
sliding
just
all
did-
the way down here?
that's what I'm saying. It just doesn't make
Didn't
sense.
I just see a
mean,
report that he was on pace to be ready by week 1?
insane.
Right. So that's what I'm not understanding. I mean, he had one bad showing in a game.
Now, I did hear that one knock on him is the kind of offense he ran. It was basically you look at wide receiver A. If he's open, you throw it to him. If he's not, you look at wide receiver 2. If he's open, you throw it to him. You don't have to read anything about the defense. It's either the guy's open or he's not.
Right. But
Yeah.
do you fault the guy because of the offense he was put into, or was that his limitations?
Well,
So and that's what you really need to find out. Was it just the offense that Tennessee ran, or was it ran that way because of Holden's limitations?
Does his age bother you? He's 25.
A little, but
it-
quarterbacks are playing a lot longer now.
And it also depends when you want to bring him in. If
Right.
you have a quarterback like Russell Wilson, if he's gonna play a 3-4 years, then yes, and then the age bothers me. But
Right.
if we can get in next year, then no.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
my
I mean,
only. That's my only hesitation with taking a quarterback high like that is really well known that I think Russell's going to have a big year next year. And what if he does have a resurgence and he's here for 5, 6, 7 years? You've basically
right.
wasted the pick.
5, 6, 7 years. You expecting this guy playing in his early 40s? Come on, man.
the Lions pick is in, gentlemen. It's a name that Dave brought up. We've been talking about Mr. Brian
Oh, wow.
Branch,
There he
or
goes.
cornerback out of Alabama. I think he actually played a little bit of safety too at one point, but cornerback
Yeah.
Alabama. So
I had him as
safety, I imagine.
Safety. Yeah.
He's played a
I
little
had
in
him
both
marked on my
positions.
safety list.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a versatile guy at the safety position, and one of those guys that you saw that would come up and press the line of scrimmage and play a little bit of coverage at times as well. But yeah, kind of pretty versatile. Detroit trading up. They got their guy now at cornerback / safety, Brian Branch out of Alabama. We talked about those guys. Should be a big pickup.
He doesn't seem too happy about it though.
Very.
Well, it's probably just they woke him up. Was he in the green room?
Yeah.
So maybe that's why. Maybe they woke him up from his nap or something. So,
Not only
but
that,
I mean,
you're probably expecting maybe to go a little bit sooner than this
Yeah.
as well. So
oh yeah, definitely.
Patriots
I mean,
on the clock, guys. So
He's 6 foot, 190 pounds, so he has cornerback size.
mm-hmm.
So, and maybe that's what Detroit's going to plan on doing with him, unless that guy can come in and put on another 20 pounds or so, 25 pounds to become a safety. But Simmons isn't huge either. Simmons is thin. I mean, he's a little taller, I think, but
Yeah,
he's
6'2",
not.
6'3" guy. I
Yeah,
think,
he's
if I'm
not bulky. So
Nope, nope. And the offer still is extended out there to Kareem Jackson. Guess that offer's been sitting out there. Not the top dollar offer maybe he was hoping for, so it's sitting out there kind of open. At least it was as of when the draft started. I don't know how long that remains out there for Kareem Jackson. But what are you guys' thoughts on bringing back Kareem Jackson for one final year?
if the dollar's right, Kareem definitely declined last year. So
Are you bringing him back as a starter, or are you more bringing him back because he's a veteran locker room guy?
I don't know if you'd come back and thinking that he was just going to back up and play special teams.
right, yeah,
I would say play him only for when you think it is in the run game, because he is still good against a run. But if it is in
yeah.
I mean, you've
But
gotta-
I think eventually you have to turn it over to either Stearns or PJ Locke and let
You've
them
got to
go,
see what they can do.
Right. I mean, quit putting a Band-Aid on this problem. I mean, I like K. Jax. I think he's a good leader, but I mean, the guy sort of declined with his skills. I mean, it just happens when you get older.
Yep. Patriots
Not-
pick is in, no trade there, and on to the Commanders who are on the clock. So we'll see.
Not everybody is Tom Brady.
No,
and he still thinks that he's playing on a very high level. Yeah, at certain moments he's playing on a high level, but in other moments he is a liability.
Patriots on the clock, guys. Wide receiver could be picked back up here. It's been a while since we've seen that. Defensive back, offensive lineman are other needs that they obviously have. So pick is in. It'll be interesting to see which way they go again. The more that guys that we don't want go off the board, the happier I am. That's all I'm
right.
gonna say.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with Belichick. You never know what that guy's going to do.
Taken some odd picks over the years, and
Right.
certainly usually we're not used to seeing him just sit here and take a pick, man. Usually this guy's all over the place. He's
Right.
trading. So
Yeah, he likes to trade down and get more draft capital. So
yep. Not this time, man. Somebody in the building had an idea, and I'm wondering how long Bill Belichick is for New England. It seems like the magic's starting to wear off. It'll be interesting now that it seems like they maybe have their offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and the like all in line this year, not playing the game they did last year where
right.
they didn't know from game to game, half to half, who was going to be coming out. So, but it comes out, man, and I guess I kind of called it in a way. Edge continues, guys. Keon White goes off the board to the Patriots out of Georgia Tech. So,
Oh wow.
fantastic athlete, one of my favorite edge rushers. Jody, it's
you
been a while
can-
since we heard to you. Yeah, why don't
You
you
can
go
really
off on
see
this?
what teams are valuing them getting after the quarterback. I mean,
And it's what you have to do in this league anymore. You got people like Patrick Mahomes and players like that just back there running around. You need to be able to put pressure on these guys and slow them down.
Josh Allen and Jackson.
Yeah,
you look at and what's weird is you see all these edge rushers and not a lot of tackles.
Yeah, it is kind of funny that you see that. I think it speaks to the quality at the position, though. At the same time, like I said, Keon White. Here we are, 40 some odd pick in the draft, and he was one of my favorite guys overall. I mean, he is a beast at edge rusher. At
Yeah.
offensive tackle, I think that list is just a lot shorter, and there's just not a whole lot of kids that are growing up that are wanting to play offensive tackle. I heard a guy on the NFL Sirius XM app saying, quite honestly, what happens in Little League is if you're good, you get put on defense, and if you're not that good, you're going to be put on offense.
right.
You
Pick is in for Washington.
But
It is-
you can make some big time money playing tackle. So I mean, those
Right.
You
are
can,
really-
but it's just
Right.
it's not a sexy position either.
No,
I mean,
it's
I'd rather
not.
be playing edge, and I
Right.
get paid more usually on edge. You know
Yeah,
what I
you're
mean?
going to make a lot more money at edge.
No, you're
So-
right. Look at someone like Joe Thomas. I mean, he was all pro, probably the best left tackle we've
Ooh.
seen in a long time. And
I know this was a name that I'm sorry.
Washington, is that what's happening here?
Yeah, Washington made their pick, and this is a name that I know that Albert had on his list because he was talking about it a couple nights ago. Jartavius Quan Martin out of Illinois goes to the Commanders, guys. Packers now on the clock, and Steelers after that. So Packers on that backup with Detroit earlier
All
in the
right.
round.
So now if you're Denver, Washington sliding down, are you looking to try to move up now?
if you get into
Darnell
the
Washington?
Yes.
yeah, mid-50s, you've got to move up. That's I mean, that screams Sean Payton, the blocking tight end who can also catch.
So who are your trade partners in the mid-50s? Just kind of looking. Well, you have Seattle at 52.
Yeah.
The Bears at 53. The Lions at 55, skipping over the Chargers. Jacksonville, 56.
Well,
Giants.
Detroit's apparently in the mood to trade back, so Tampa Bay's pick is in.
Wow, going quicker now, guys.
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker makes a lot of sense right here for Tampa.
He sure does.
He
sure
does. He does. That's a good point, Jody.
Got time to groom down there.
Pittsburgh's on the clock. Does Pittsburgh need a tight end for Pickett?
Yeah, they could use. I think so. Just getting back, I could also see Tampa Bay taking a safety here since we saw one kind of come off the board and Branch. I think that's going to play a place that we're going to have to see some guys go at some point. That's a position nobody's hardly taken.
Right.
Top guys are still on the board. Yeah, it's going to be interesting what Pittsburgh does. You know, they could definitely do a tight end to help out Pickett. They could, yeah. We were talking earlier, man. Their defense, just in general, though, needs so much help, top to bottom.
Oh, right.
You know,
it does.
They've fallen way off after what was once known to be such a proud defense, man. They could use help, whether it be on the defensive line or in the secondary, in my opinion, too. So,
And they got a lot of guys getting over.
what are your
I mean,
thoughts, man?
They're in age.
I agree. I mean, they lost Devin Bush, so you might want to look at replacing him.
Linebacker.
You know, he went to Seattle, so
Pick is in, guys. Little small school guy named Cody Mauk goes to to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
North
Dakota State.
North Dakota
I mean,
State.
they
A lot of
need-
people had him. Maybe it was as low as good as the bottom of the first round. So certainly within position, but man,
I mean, he makes
the
sense.
toothless wonder.
You've cut Donovan Smith, your left tackle, for a long time. You needed to replace that.
So it says the needs right here for Pittsburgh are inside linebacker, wide receiver, and defensive tackle.
There you go. And by the way, after the Steelers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are right back up on the clock.
Wow.
So see if they stay there, if they trade back. That might be an interesting position since they came up to get Cody Mauk here. So
somebody talked about, and I think it may have been Jody, mentioned Drew Sanders from Arkansas.
Yep.
I could see maybe Pittsburgh going that way.
Yeah, that's a good call, man. And the pick is in, so we'll wait for Goodell to get up there. Didn't spend a whole lot of time mulling over that pick.
Right.
And back on to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who could double dip, or they could be looking at offers if someone's intrigued to come up.
I think Hendon Hooker at 50 for Tampa.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, because Baker is not their long-term solution. They signed him to a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Right.
They're apparently not sold on Trask.
Nope.
So bring in Hooker and let him and Trask fight it out next year. Or
if you were sold on Trask, you're not bringing in Baker.
Right. No, I agree 100%. It's sort of weird. Me and Jody are agreeing on a lot of things tonight.
Yeah, man. Gotta break this up, man.
Let's keep that. Let's keep that going. Russell Wilson MVP.
Well, we're
next
gonna
year.
stop right there.
I think I heard the brakes, man. I
yeah.
heard them like screeching in my ear.
Oh, I locked them up. Those were air brakes and everything, man.
The Slade Slade Moncrief bus came to a screeching halt, man. So.
I love Jody's optimism, and I hope as a Bronco fan that this guy is right, because I will definitely come on this show and say, Jody, you were right. I was wrong. But, man, I just don't know if I can trust the guy. But I love Jody's optimism.
You know, I always have wondered. I wish I would have been a fly on the wall. What does Nathaniel Hackett say to the Jets on why it went so horrible here in Denver to get an OC job there? I can get you Aaron Rodgers.
Well, and that was part of the thing. I think that's the same reason Hackett ended up here in Denver, and then the Packers wanted too much, for Rodgers, and I think Peyton sort of got cold feet, and then he went and gave a whole bunch to Seattle. So
I mean, if Russell Wilson would have played,
I mean, look at the Jets. The Jets, they held out. They told Green Bay, no, we're not paying you that. And Green Bay sort of got stuck because they wanted to move on from him. Aaron Rodgers could have just said, well, screw you guys, I'm going to retire, and they get nothing for him. So, I mean, I think the Jets got a great deal in that. I mean, all they did was swap first-round picks this year. They gave him a second this year, and what else? I mean, a conditional second next year.
You know what else?
May turn into a first.
But you know what else they got, bad?
What's that?
They also got Aaron Rodgers that has to go away and hiding and take hallucinogenics. You also have Aaron Rodgers that doesn't like to show up to training camp and train with brand new wide receivers. And you get Aaron Rodgers, who's 40-some years old, and who knows how much longer he wants to play and or can play.
Right. And that's one of the reasons I didn't want him here in Denver, just because the guy is hot and cold. You don't know what he wants,
Yeah. Love the talent. Love the talent.
I think he's playing just one more year because he knows Brady, retired. Yeah. And within 7 years, Brady is going to be in the Hall of Fame. And if
the pick is in for the Steelers.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that slow walk, it seems, for like a while now. I'm sorry, man, guys.
Green Bay's on the clock.
Yep.
Do they go and get another offensive weapon?
I'll have to disagree with Matt a little bit. You've got Washington on the board.
Right, and I like that Washington is sliding down.
You've got some legit wide receivers. I like Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee.
Yeah.
If you're going to move on from Cortland Sutton. All the centers are there except for Tippin.
You got
go that route.
Cornerback. You can still have DJ Turner. You have Keely Ringo still sitting there.
Yeah, he's there.
So there are lots of different options we can go. But Keanu Benton goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, solidifying the defensive tackle position out of Wisconsin, boys. And that's a guy I would liked as well, man. Oh, man.
Me too. And I thought he was going to go earlier. I mentioned him earlier in this round that he may go. But, yeah, that's a good pickup for the Steelers. And they need some defensive help, like Keith has said.
See, Flowers is still available.
Yeah.
Boy, Green Bay's already got their pick in.
Yeah.
They are not messing around. Dolphins are on the clock.
You're right, man. They're coming up here with their second wide receiver pick, making sure that Aaron Rodgers is about below his top in New York. So
he might jump off the Empire State Building. So, who is Miami's tight end?
Gesicki is gone, isn't he? Gesicki was, because he was available at one point. So I think that's a good call there. Dave, I think they are in need of a tight end, if I remember correctly. So I remember Gesicki, I believe so. Quote me if I'm wrong, or if someone wants to do a little bit of research for me, I don't mind that either. But I believe either he was a free agent or he was let go. I cannot remember for the life of me. I think he's let go because their
Durham
needs show that they're a
Smythe.
tight end.
Durham Smythe. is
Wow.
who they-
There you
Eric,
go.
Sa-
Picked
and Eric
another wide
Salbert's there.
receiver.
Jane Hyatt.
Sorry, you'll have to say that again, buddy.
Sorry, who did they pick?
Jaden Reed,
Jaden Reed, wide
wide
receiver.
receiver, Michigan State.
Wow.
Well,
He would-
you know, Aaron Rodgers just has to be fuming right now.
Wow.
I wonder how many TVs he's thrown across his house.
You know, honestly, and I think it was obvious from the way that it all fell apart. I think they've all moved on from each other, and you know, maybe he gives a quick digit to the camera or to the TV screen as this happens, but that's about it. Miami's pick is in.
Yep, Dolphins pick is in. Where are they going? They're going offensive tackle. They're going tight end here.
You nailed it. That's the two places they can go. They either need to protect him or give him an outlet.
Right. I'd hate to see Darnell Washington drop off the board here.
I would too, man.
No, I don't. I would
You
like to
don't?
see him. No, I would like to see him going to the Broncos.
Well, that's
See
what
a
we're saying.
trade?
That's why we would not like to. We don't want to see him drop off the board here. No,
still have
I
the-
see what you're saying though, Albert. You want to see him drop down.
Yeah,
We don't want to see him come off the board here.
Oh,
Offensive
okay.
tackle DeJuan Jones out of Ohio State. That's another good pickup that could go right here. It was rated to go a little bit higher, I think, than where he's at.
Well,
And,
he's a huge monster man too, and he like 6'7", like 400 or something close.
yeah,
to
Whoa.
he is huge. I mean,
Boy.
this I want to say 379, 374, 6'8", 374.
Wow, cornerback
Yeah.
Cam Smith out of South Carolina goes to the Miami Dolphins.
There you go, bud. There you go.
That
Wow, I'm kind of
shocked
surprised
me.
at that one, man.
Shocked me. So,
And you're getting ahead on my news cycle here, buddy.
oh, I'm sorry. I'll slow down.
That's all right. Oh, no, you're all good, buddy. Did like Cam Smith out of South Carolina. Was a great cornerback. Another one of those long guys. Maybe not as good as what I saw the Kansas State cornerback have as far as coverage skills. But Cam Smith is not a bad cornerback in a position that we needed. So we'll see if that affects us a little bit later.
Would you be shocked to see Seattle take Hooker?
No, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, there's very few landing spots left for Hooker, but it's.
I
the
mean,
pick
I would
is
be
in,
sh-
so it's going to happen here quick, gentlemen.
I mean, I would be shocked just because they passed on all the other top guys that were there.
Right. And they did sign Geno to a 3-year extension, right?
But yeah, I
Yeah.
guess it was 3 years, but you know,
Yes.
it's not like it was the most expensive contract in NFL
That
history
is
either.
true. It's probably easy to get out of. So do you grab him, see what he can do behind Smith? Just let him sit and maybe take over next year.
Yeah,
Unless
but
they still have
signed-
Locke on the roster, don't they?
Yeah,
The
they
pick
do.
is in, yeah, but I mean, we all, I think, have finally come to the realization that Locke's not going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm sure Matt Staffiero is happy to hear me say that finally. I've been
Yeah.
fighting that since 2019.
A little inside joke for everybody. That's fantastic. But I got my sister that's coming in here. Says, how there is that sharp dressed man. I'm sorry, I can't even read. I'm without my glasses, guys. Hey, there is that sharp dressed man. Thanks,
it's the
sis. I
price you
appreciate
got to
it.
pay to look cool with those glasses on there, Keith.
Another running back for Seattle.
Really?
Yeah, Zach Charbonnet. I think
Oh man,
That's the one that Albert's been talking about.
He was my number one running back for our team.
yeah. Fantastic athlete, man. This guy is a bulldozer, but at the same
Yep.
time, he has finesse and he can catch out of the backfield. Really
Pair
liked
him
what he
with
put on
Kenneth
tape,
Walker.
man.
I
What's
mean,
that, buddy?
pair him with Kenneth Walker.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you do?
What a
if you're the
tandem.
Bears here.
Man, I'm gonna have to go back and look real quick at their draft so far, what they've done, real quick, Dave. But just offhand, they need to continue to build around their quarterback. They need to continue to give him help, and they need to continue to keep him upright. You know, if he's going to have a chance in this league, that's the only thing you can do. And So I'd be thinking offensive line just right off the top.
Do you
so.
think John Michael Schmitz might be a good guy right here?
Oh,
I know you've been
fantastic,
talking
guys.
highly about him.
Yeah.
Let's say hi to Kenny for a second.
Oh, we got Kenny jumping in the stream here real quick.
Yep. Hey,
Yep.
Kenny, how you doing, my friend?
Look at these. Hey, Kenny Kirkpatrick, K&K Show. Check them out over there. They're always posting up new content and got a bunch of group of guys that are just fun as heck to listen to. K&K Sports. Check them out. Facebook, YouTube, you name it. So he says, look at these legends. NFL Network and ESPN ain't got nothing on you guys. I'll try and make it on later if I'm working. Later, I'm working for another hour. So love to have you on, Kenny, man. I hope work's going well, and thanks for tuning in, buddy. And everybody, please check out K&K Sports Show. Fantastic coverage over there, especially for maybe some of those other sports and some of those other East Coast sports. Where Rocky Mountain Sports Network will get you covered on all your Colorado teams. These guys will get you covered on your Knicks and your Jets and your Giants and the like. Your Yankees, if you're a Yankees fan, tune in. You'll get plenty of animated discussion.
So the pick is in for the Bears. Chargers are on the clock.
Oh, and then we talked about this last week, guys, or last week. I'm used to saying last week, but always interesting to see what our rivals do. So Chargers are on the clock. They got everybody, I think, got really strong as far as our division was concerned last night. Here they are getting a chance to ratchet it up once again. But Bears pick is in. Like I said, I'm going offensive line. Jody Albert, what are your guys' thoughts on this?
O-line for me as well.
O-line, I think center makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense.
That John Michael Schmitz does make a lot of sense, Dave. I think that's a good call out. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens here. Bell of the ball as far as I'm concerned. So when it comes to centers left on the board.
As long as it's not Weipler, then I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Don't say you want him to come off the board here, and then because we don't want to jinx anything. It doesn't look like it's going to be a trade up, but that could be happening here shortly, guys, as we're starting to get into the mid rounds of the 50s, and
I'm knocking on some wood.
Yeah,
good.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Bears go with some defensive line help as well. I think it's going to be line, either offense or defense, that the Bears are going to address right here.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it was an offensive line. I just think that they've got a lot of talent around them, and if they could just keep Justin Fields upright, give some of these running backs some lanes, they might have a chance to actually progress forward. So
They haven't had much success with a kicker lately either, so...
Yeah, but you don't
you
want
wanna
to
take
draft
kickers.
a kicker in the second round.
Albert and his dry sense of humor. You never know. You never know exactly where he's coming from. I'm always hesitant to bust your chops, Albert, man. I don't want to be the bad guy, and then he's got this dry humor coming in the back end.
That's like last night when he said the Ravens should draft a quarterback. And I was like, they just signed Lamar Jackson to a $260 million deal.
That they're not getting out of anytime soon either,
No.
So it's not like a Geno Smith type of deal, So
Right.
yeah.
After he signed a deal like that, do you see other players dumping their agent to? I mean, they reports he saved $10 million.
No, because $10 million in that overall contract probably is nothing. I think you need to have an agent there.
For all the headaches that he put up with him and his mom.
And not only that, it's only a tax write-off.
What is a tax write-off? Oh, the 10 million, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tax write-off, so it doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, that's true. You get to write it off on your taxes. Said I paid
Well,
this
I don't
money
know.
to my
Did
agent.
Roger Goodell fall down on his way to the podium?
I don't know. Maybe those Bears fans didn't like the pick on his card, man. They held him up in the hallways, man.
Either that or they took somebody that the Chiefs wanted and they jumped Roger Goodell in the back hallway and tore up the card or something.
Man. There's been a lot of good venues, guys. What do you think about? And I'm not watching this live. How is the Chiefs venue? Is it looking at least decent? I didn't think Kansas City was a venue that I was all that excited about.
I didn't think is that great. I mean, if I'm the Waltons, I'm really selling Denver and Red Rocks now. I
That would be
think Denver
sweet.
was penalized for lack of ownership. I
Hmm.
really think they were, and now Walton can really, they can really hold the Broncos hot or the league hostage and say, yeah, we'll
Ooh,
build a new stadium for more revenue for you guys, but you better promise us a draft.
man,
Right.
I'm gonna have to agree with Matt Staffiero's comment a little bit earlier, saying this board is not stacking up well for Denver because the Bears pick is in. They didn't go offensive line. They went on the other side of the board and they picked up a defensive tackle I really liked, and Jervon Dexter Sr. out of Florida. So, man, he another beast in the middle. I know that Florida's been struggling as of lately, but this is a guy that really, really stood out, I guess, within their program. 6'6", 319 pounds. I mean, just a mauler in the middle, and good pickup, I guess, by the Chicago Bears. Just surprising to me. Would not give them a good grade just because of their positions and needs, I guess. A position of needs, I guess. So, what are your guys'
Oh.
thoughts?
I,
I
I,
thought it would. Go ahead, Albert. Sorry.
I did not even have him on my top 5 list.
Wow. Okay.
Right. I mean, I'm not shocked that they went defensive line. I didn't expect them to go, with the pick they did. But I mean, so it's not like I'm Mel Kiper Jr. and I scattered all these guys extensively. So
Yeah, I think he's a pretty good player. Like I said, wasn't the cream of the crop, but we're starting to see, defensive tackles starting to pick off the board. So they're not going to be the cream of the crop. We're starting to get close to that third round now, guys, as we only have about a dozen picks left, kind of looking over the board. And, third round talent isn't guys that you're expecting necessarily to make a impact on day one. You're hoping that they can get into the rotation, that they can be influential, but it's not a guaranteed day one. Put them in the lineup. This is our starter type of position typically. So we're starting to get into that realm. And so if Jervon Dexter Sr. wasn't on your list, I understand. Was on my list, but that was just because of our need of defensive tackle, in my opinion. So.
And the pick is in for the Chargers.
It sure is, yeah. Well,
And
I was going to announce that, but as slow as wait, it's already in too.
Yes.
And, you want to announce it there, buddy?
No, go ahead. I'll butcher that name. I'll let you take care of that one, Keith.
Thanks, buddy. Here it comes for my best efforts. Tuli Puloto out of USC, edge rusher.
Edge rusher.
Yep. So fantastic athlete, freak athlete, kind of just speed for days, twitch for days. Really quick, maybe not the best as far as if you ever happen to put him in a coverage situation. Maybe not the best necessarily in when the run comes his direction. But Chiefs have just traded up with the Lions.
They
it looks
have.
like.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see what happens here. Edge rusher and the Chiefs have already got their pick in too. Edge rusher, another spot that we need to help, guys.
I think this has got to be wide receiver.
Yeah, they definitely need wide receiver help. They just lost Schuster, so
Tui Pelota was my number one on edge, and for where we are.
you got that pair of wide receivers out of Tennessee. Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman.
Yeah, don't forget about Josh Downs out of North Carolina. That could be another big one here. It starts to fall off. A lot of people were loving Marvin Mims Jr. Had him shooting up the board. That could be an option, I think, too. But I think you're right. I think we could definitely see wide receiver here. Makes sense. They're
Zay
just
Flowers.
I think Zay Flowers was he already
he's
gone?
gone, isn't he?
Yeah.
He went
He
round
was
one.
picked
He
yesterday.
went around, yeah. So, check that one off your list there, buddy. So unfortunately, and one that we're not going to be picking up either. But pick is in. I would agree. They're only going to add talent. Get your best talented player that's going to help your roster, and wide receiver is about the only place that they really need to add.
So this is where if Denver wants Washington, they really need to start looking to trade. Do do you approach either Jacksonville or New York, because Dallas may be a prime spot for Washington to go, being that they lost Schultz? Because they didn't pick a tight end yesterday, did they? Or did they?
Who the
Cowboys.
Kansas City? Oh, Cowboys? No, they did
Cowboys.
not. No, they did not. There was only the one that was taken yesterday. That was Kincaid, and that went to the Lions, if I remember
Right.
correctly. So,
So do you think the Rashee Rice will be gone then?
whew, it's getting thin, guys. I mean, last pick in the second round is number 63 with the Lions. It's coming up quick. It'll be interesting. We do have guys like, for instance, the Bears, who could still use a wide receiver, in my opinion. Yeah, the Eagles still coming up. They could use some weapons like that. Jaguars right here. Rashee Rice would be a great ad for the Jaguars. We were talking about getting some weapons there as well. So, man, I don't know if he makes it to us. It'll be interesting, guys. We're coming up on it, man. Staying pat so far. Here we are on it with pick number 56 by the Jacksonville Jaguars. So we're right in those mid-50s that some of you guys were talking about, maybe making a trade up if the right guy's there.
So, so one benefit we have is that Elway is no longer here. Otherwise, it might have been where did I see? Just Michael Wilson. He's from Stanford.
Oh, gotcha. Just picking up a Stanford guys. No, honestly, the thing that scares me the most is trying to pick up a cornerback in the third round. We're not good at picking up cornerbacks in the third round, guys. It better go to a different position than cornerback, in my opinion. If you're superstitious at all, that's for sure.
Right.
Well, and Davari Mathis a third round pick.
Was he?
No, he was a fourth rounder.
Oh,
I think he was a
Ooh.
fourth rounder.
Well, we can look that up on the side. But if you look at literally throughout Broncos history, there is a long lineage of guys that we've taken in the third round at the cornerback position that did not pan out well. Brandon Langley is just one name that just jumps into my head right off the top. So,
Could you see Kansas City maybe looking at some offensive tackle? They're getting a little old there.
yeah, let Orlando Brown go. And who did they bring in to replace him? I forget off the top of my head. Does anybody have the name off?
I do not off the top of my head.
to Taylor Lewan from Jacksonville.
They didn't bring in Taylor Lewan.
Kansas City did.
They did?
Yeah.
Wow. The guy's been injured too much. I love the guy coming out. I love the way he played, I should say, when he first came out. Had, I think, a pretty good transition to the NFL. But now injuries just have racked up on him. Maybe someone like the Chiefs can invest into a guy like that. I wouldn't have wanted to seen it from our Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
So is Julius Brent still there?
Nope, that was the cornerback that was taken early in this round. So
Yeah.
Cam Smith is still available.
I think
Yes.
I thought
no,
Cam Smith went.
was-
He went to the
Cam
Dolphins.
Smith went. Yep.
Oh boy. Then the only one I have on my list is DJ Turner. Then
That sounds about right, man.
For cornerbacks, you still got Stevenson from Miami, who's probably the top-rated cornerback out there right now.
Well, according to NFL Network, he would be fifth left on the board.
Yeah,
So-
in the top.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off for just a sec. I'll be right back.
Sounds
All
good,
right.
buddy.
Nothing emergency this time.
All right, man. Kenny's jumping in. He says, best interior offensive lineman, in my opinion, on the board. It's from Florida. Yeah, 100%, man. That's a good call there, Kenny.
Oh wow!
I would agree. Do we have a pick go through here?
Pick for the Kansas City, Rashee Rice, wide receiver from SMU.
Yeah.
I got one right.
Yeah, well, hey, it's a crapshoot. So if you get one right, that's why we were celebrating Dave earlier getting a couple. Man, it's tough to do. You know, here's a guy that is 6'1", 204 pounds, This is a guy that really projects well with that big body. He runs a 4.51 in the 40, 10.8 broad jump, 41-inch vertical. So really, really just showed up last year, for SMU and piloted that program. So,
And we just had another trade.
oh, jeez.
Chicago traded back up with Jacksonville, so Chicago's on the clock now.
Wow, just like that, and the pick is in, of course, as well. And then Kenny, it's your New York Football Giants. If you're out there listening, who's up on the clock next, man? I'd love to get your idea of where they should go. Feel free to drop that comment in the chat box there, buddy. And hey,
And he did. He likes Torrance from Florida, and he said he would take him for the Giants.
there you go, there you go. I don't blame you, buddy. Get some help in front of your investment in your quarterback, man. And Daniel Jones, put a lot of money into that guy.
Yeah.
Make sure he's taken care of up front. Not a bad call, buddy.
And Kenny makes a good point. Teams are jumping the Giants to get wide receivers.
Yeah, that's probably true. It's interesting to see what the Bears are doing. Are they jumping for the wide receiver? Or are they jumping for that offensive lineman? We just got our answer, guys. They were
Wow.
They were
There he
jumping
goes.
for David Slade's guy. Go ahead, Dave.
Tyreek Stevenson from University of Miami. It's going to the Chicago Bears.
Cornerback.
Yep, cornerback.
Cornerback.
Sorry. Yep.
Cornerback out of.
And there's one decent one left, and that's, in my opinion, is DJ Turner.
DJ Turner remains on your list then. So, well, here we sit at just 10 picks away now, guys. New York Giants on the clock at number 57. Of course, you got Kenny coming in. Like I said, for him, it's Torrance from Florida. That's where he would go.
Yeah, he's actually talking about maybe Hyatt out of Tennessee as well. Or we could just trade him Cortland Sutton here, and we can jump up and get Washington here.
He's saying I go Torrance. Hyatt number 2. Torrance 1, Hyatt 2.
Okay.
So, very good, buddy. I appreciate your feedback. I think those are, like I said, I do think building up that offensive line is the right way to go. You cannot ignore it, I guess is the best way to put it. You can't ignore the most important position sometimes, which is the offensive line in front of you. It
Right.
would be nice to get that wide receiver, though, guys. You've been missing a wide receiver for so long. Man, Hyatt would be great. I like Cedric as well. But either way, I think it's a 1-2 choice. You could go either way and be happy. So good luck to you, buddy.
Oh, wow. Pick is in.
So
It
here-
is.
This
Here's
is a
a-
guy that Keith has been talking about since yesterday. So, Keith, go ahead.
Minnesota center John Michael Schmitz now off the board.
That is a good pickup for the New York Football Giants.
And this is where a lot of people were saying, "Hey, if this guy falls into this realm, do the Broncos trade up?" This is where a lot of people thought he might be coming off the board, or it might be the latest he came off the board, as a team like the Denver Broncos might be willing to go up and get him. But instead, Giants stay put and, man, get a beast as far as I'm concerned. Congratulations, Kenny. John Michael Schmitz should be a center for you for years as far as I'm concerned. And Dallas Cowboys pick is in, and the Buffalo Bills are on the clock next already, guys. So
Boy, cross your fingers that this is not Washington here.
I agree, man.
But I see Dallas needing a tight end badly.
They do. They haven't addressed it.
And a good run blocker, too, and an outlet for Dak. So...
Could be, if they're not in love with Darnell Washington, another name I guess I could see possibly going here is Tucker Kraft out of North Dakota State.
Right.
He's a receiving type of tight end, translates really well into that role that they've had forever, whether it be a Witten or whether it be, even like as of lately. I was really surprised when they let Dalton Schultz go. That was surprising to me. But here's a guy, he's 6'5", 254, a little bit slower in the 40, 4.69, but when you're 254 pounds and 6'5", that's pretty trucking. So it'd be interesting to see where they go as far. But I agree that tight end is a position of need, buddy. Albert, go ahead, buddy.
So you talked about John Michael Smith. I did not even have him on my list. I don't think he would fit in Peyton's scheme.
You think he's more of a pulling type of center? Because
Yep.
I thought he was. I thought he showed the ability to be powerful. Don't get me wrong. I agree. I think he's a little bit more of a pulling, and that's why I had him second to Tippmann. That was my number one. But he's an impressive beast of a man. I think he would have anchored that center position a
Whoa.
lot better than the Cushenberry we have.
You know what? I almost broke in and said this name.
Wow. Go ahead and
I
say it
almost
now,
came-
buddy.
It's Luke Schoonmaker from
Schoonmaker.
University of What?
Schoonmaker.
Yeah,
Oh.
Schoonmaker. What did I say?
Close enough. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. From the University of Michigan. So
It's-
this is sort of like a Jason Witten, type guy that really fits into that Dallas offense. He's good in the pass game, also a good run blocker. So I think he fits well there, and that bodes well for Denver if Washington keeps sliding. But I just really don't know what Denver's plans are.
Yeah,
I-
it's true.
This is a Dutch name, and it literally means clean maker.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Now, how do you pronounce that again?
Schoonmaker.
Okay.
By the way, this was a guy that we actually, the Denver Broncos brought in on a visit too. So a guy that we definitely had our eyes on, 6'5", 254 pounds, beast of a man. A lot of people, both of these guys that we were just recently talking about, Schoonmaker and Schoonmaker included.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to call him Schoonmaker.
There you go. But
Buffalo.
it kind of has that Rob Gronkowski type of build, I guess
Right.
is the best way to put it. Now, whether they can also be that effective in the run blocking game, we'll see, especially at the NFL level. And the Buffalo Bills pick us in, and after that, we head off to the Cincinnati Bengals, guys.
Right.
Buffalo.
This
Buffalo,
is where that Torrance may go,
Mm,
Uh,
yeah.
I didn't even have Schoonmaker on my top 5 list as for tight ends for the Broncos.
Well, the only reason he was on a list of mine is because we brought him in for that visit. So if it wouldn't have been for that, I probably wouldn't have had him as a, on the radar type of guy. But once you start bringing guys in for visits, that's the reason I was there. So
The Buffalo's pick. Yeah. Yeah, Goodell's crawling to the podium, I guess.
okay, very good. Well, Buffalo,
They need wide receiver help. Buffalo does, I think,
yeah, they got a little bit of, I guess, receiving help last night when they picked up Dalton Kincaid and
Oh,
the
that's
tight
right.
end.
That's
So,
right.
So, I mean, not a true wide receiver per se. They do need a wide receiver still. They could use a defensive tackle. They could use a linebacker. Linebacker is starting to thin out if you're looking for an edge type of guy. Defensive tackle is starting to thin out. So it might be a wide receiver, David. You might be right in saying that. It's not like they have a deep room. Heck, Isaiah McKenzie, if I remember right, did he come back? Or I know he was cut at one point. And that
Yeah,
was,
I thought they cut him. I don't know if he went back or not.
okay. So I mean, just as an example of where their wide receiver room is, they could use some additional help there in Buffalo. So wouldn't be surprised if they go that direction too.
Yeah, Hyatt's a real a deep threat, that maybe they can go with. So
Yeah, someone to push the field would be good. Hyatt's
Right.
a good enough sized body too. I could see that he could play multiple roles, I guess is what I'm saying. He's not too small of a guy in order to play a bigger role. If I'm remembering correctly, I'm trying to remember all these guys now. Don't want to jump in here, and if I'm remembering incorrectly, the guy's like, 5'7". No, 6'176". So
Right.
he's a little bit skinnier of
thin.
a guy,
Yeah.
little thin. Yep.
real thin. And then Cedric Tillman's the bigger one. He's
Okay.
6'3", little over 200, I think.
There you go. That's. I remember I was looking at both of these Tennessee guys because, quite honestly, I thought there was a possibility that Sutton would be traded, and Cedric Tillman was a guy that I was going to be looking to try to bring into the Broncos if we did happen to get rid of Sutton in in that instance.
Right.
Try to be a replacement. But yeah, a 4-4 guy and Jalen Hyatt. Good call for maybe a possibility here to the Buffalo Bills. So I'm gonna take a breath.
Okay. And Kenny points out that Josh Downs is still available as well, which is true.
Yeah,
Yep.
that was a guy that was rated quite highly on a lot of people's boards, right up near the top. So could go here. Kind of surprised maybe he didn't go a little bit sooner.
Is it his size, maybe?
Probably,
5'9",
but
170 pounds.
I agree. It was just the recent talk that had me thinking he might go already, or maybe this is the spot that he does go, but talked up a lot higher than I was originally expecting. So might be that spot, Kenny. I would expect him here shortly, if
Mims is
not
still
now, top of the third. So
Mims is still available.
yep. Mims is another one that has been
Whoa.
spoke of really, really well.
There we
So-
go.
Oh, there you go, buddy.
Yep.
This is a name that I think what Kenny was throwing out there for his Giants just a few minutes ago.
Right. Yeah.
Osiris Torrance.
Yeah. Guard from University of Florida.
Yeah. Wow. That's not going to hurt them up front. And
You see
Should
Matt's comment down there?
I'll see it now. I'm checking a million things here. Let's make sure.
Manifesting Hennon, Hooker, Peyton, and Peyton. Make it happen.
Wow. You think so, Matt? You think this is the spot? You think this is the best value to improve this team is to get Hendon Hooker? I want to know what your thoughts are as far as the long-term viability of one Russell Wilson, if that's the case, because if you get Hendon Hooker here, in my opinion, you're sitting in the background, on a lot of these, pieces that could help this team this year.
Right.
And we're going to bring Jody back in. He hit the comments if anybody's watching, and he's saying, I'm here. Look at me.
And I
welcome
agree
back,
with
Jody.
Matt. He's a first-round talent. Make it happen. If the guy's available, grab the guy. Matt's sort of a mindset, I think, that I don't think Sean Payton is sold on Russell Wilson. I think Russell Wilson was sort of the reason that Sean Payton drug his feet a little bit about coming here.
Can I
he
jump in?
wants his guy. Go ahead, jump in.
I just want to jump in with the pick because it's the last guy on off of Mr. Albert Knopper's board for cornerback. It's DJ Turner, the second out of Michigan. Cornerback is starting to dry up, guys, and Jacksonville, the Eagles, and the Lions are rounding out the second round here. So Jacksonville on the clock next. Go ahead, buddy. Hendon Hooker and what he means as far as a top grade talent.
No,
I was going to let you continue, Dave. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, I was just saying, I don't think Sean Payton is 100% sold on Russell Wilson. And is Jarrett Stidham really your future? You bring him in on a one-year deal. So if Holden Hooker's there, maybe you got to look towards the future and say, I'm taking this guy. Because there's even been rumors that Sean Payton doesn't want Wilson around anyway, and he wants to jettison him after this year. And if Russell has a good year, then maybe you can trade him and get something back for him. And then you turn it over to Hooker.
Interesting, man. I think if you do go Hendon Hooker, even though the value is there, even though I was saying I think he was a top 5, top 10 quarterback in this draft if he wouldn't have been injured.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, it's very telling in my opinion. I think if you bring in Hendon Hooker, the writing's already on the wall for Russell Wilson. I think that you need to go and try to put talent around this team in order to make a run, and if it doesn't work out, you still have that opportunity to move on. You just don't have Hendon Hooker.
I think it sort of puts the writing on the wall too that this is just a wash season. Let's get through this season and let's build the team Sean Payton's way and get his quarterback that he wants in here, and let's go forward.
All right, guys. Jacksonville not passing on the pick. The pick is in. So after that, it'll be the Eagles and the Lions. I'm going to let you guys feud it out because I think, Dave and Jody could talk about this Hendon Hooker, Russell Wilson thing all night long. I'm going to use a quick break here, and I'll be right back if that's all right, guys.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Thanks, man.
I mean, I agree on if you bring in Hendon Hooker at 25, you're not sitting him for 3 or 4 years, even if Russell Wilson's
Right.
producing.
Right.
So, I mean, that's my only hesitation, I guess, on Hendon Hooker is what if Russell Wilson has the type of season that I've predicted? How do you move on from that?
And or you bring in Hendon Hooker, and then so that you can let go of Stidham after a year, and then you have a reliable backup. That's a possibility too.
I mean, if you say Hendon Hooker, say he's definitely would sit this year, and say Russell has the season I predict, and he sits next year. Hendon Hooker's 27 years old.
Right.
I mean, that I don't see that. If he's sitting 1 year and then he's got to be ready to play, in my opinion. If you're picking him now.
Right. And if Russell has the pick that a year that you're saying he has, then maybe it makes it easier to get somebody to trade for him. You know,
I guess that's my only hesitation. If Russell has that type of season and he takes you deep in the playoffs, how or why do you want to move off of that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know what's in Sean Payton's head. I do know that Sean Payton did tell Colin Cowherd that Russell Wilson was one of the reasons he delayed in coming to Denver. He has issues with Russell Wilson.
Unless he's got to have that Drew Brees stand in the pocket, doesn't run type of quarterback. I mean that's Hendon Hooker.
Right.
Really.
And maybe that's what he wants. But, I mean, this could all be a wash. I mean, we may not even go Hendon Hooker. Go ahead.
And then Sean Payton wanted a quarterback that was mobile because that's where he had the tight end. What's his name?
Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill jumped in because Drew Brees couldn't do what Taysom Hill did, and vice versa. And now he has a player that can do it all.
Well, what I'm intrigued to see is what kind of offense do they put around Russell Wilson? If there's no way that Sean Payton can be ignorant enough to say we're running what Drew Brees did. We've seen that didn't work last year with Russell standing in the pocket.
I think we will see something like similar that what the Seahawks had.
But see, I go back to that. Even if you watch 21 in Seattle, and I thought he had a decent season. I mean, he probably had an above-average season. You watch a lot of his
pack season, not elite.
Right, but you watch a lot of his stuff. He was already doing the stand in the pocket, not rolling out, not running type of stuff.
Well, see, another thing about Russell Wilson, and this goes back to every part of his career, is this guy is sort of his own worst enemy because he holds the ball too long and he takes a lot of unnecessary. Whoa.
The Broncos have traded up.
Broncos just traded up. What? Wait, where's Matt getting that from? Unless we traded up with the Eagles.
He's joking, probably.
Oh. Because Jacksonville just picked Brenton Strange, tight end from Penn State.
I mean, there's got to be a reason that Washington's falling. I mean, he's falling right into Denver's lap.
Right. And I'm with you, Jody. You can't pass up Washington, but you got back-to-back picks in the third. Matt says he's 1,000,000% serious. So with who? Matt, Philadelphia? Because that's who's on the clock next.
No,
now that Houston just traded up with Philly. All right. Well, what is Matt hearing that we're not hearing?
Yeah, well, I'm seeing Houston, not Denver.
Right. So,
dun, dun, dun.
You know, I wish we could get Matt on here. Whoa. Yeah, because Houston's pick is in. Detroit's on the clock. Matt may be way ahead of us, and maybe Denver trades with Detroit? I don't know. Detroit's been trading a lot.
Houston's
But-
pick is in.
Yeah. Yeah, Houston's made their pick. So Denver did not trade with Houston, who Houston traded with
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
no. The next pick is for Denver. Matt is right.
Okay, so my feed right here must be
Yeah,
slow.
I'm seeing
So
it. Tom
Denver-
Pelissero.
Broncos,
The Broncos
trade
haven't-
67 and 138 to the Lions. Broncos get 63 and 183. Thank you, Matt. So yeah, we will have pick 63.
Just one pick now. I mean,
No,
Well, this-
we still have 68.
oh, you're correct. Yep.
Yeah.
And then we picked up pick 183.
This has got to be Washington. Do you guys agree?
Darnell Washington, yeah. The tight end.
Who's at the top of round 3? Who would we have jumped to?
So round 3 is Chicago, Philly, Denver.
I mean, I get tight end.
All right, because we're like my feed here. I don't know where.
No
Matt
rest
is
for the
getting-
wicked, gentlemen. No rest for the wicked. Holy cow, man.
Oh,
I
I
leave
don't
for
know.
2 seconds.
See, my
2
feet's
seconds.
slow.
Okay, here we go. Now ESPN saying Denver is on the clock.
There we go,
Yep, I see
gentlemen.
it.
And the,
Pick-
and
no,
the,
no,
and
the
the
pick
pick
is
is
in.
in. The pick is in.
The pick
Number
is
7.
in.
Right.
Here we go, Broncos country, man. This is what we've been waiting for, man. This
All
is
right.
it, buddy.
All right, everybody, who's your pick? Jody?
Darnell Washington.
Keith?
Agreed, man. Let's go Washington. Let's get him.
Albert?
Wipler.
Going with Weipler. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I know,
totally
I
good.
know, I know it is going to be Washington, but I
I'm
hope it's
going to
going to
go
be
with
Wipler.
Washington as well, and I think we will pick up Holden Hooker with pick 68.
Wow, you think you think he holds? Think he holds
Yeah.
till then?
I just
think
hope
that-
this isn't Adrian O'Connell.
It better not be O'Connell, and it better
Matt-
not be
Matt-
Stromberg.
Matt says that the Broncos are high on O'Connell. Matt thinks it's going to be Washington as well.
Yep, got Matt coming in here manifesting Hendon Hooker, but I think it's going to be Washington.
Oh,
So, all right.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Marvin Mims Jr.
Wow. Wow, gentlemen.
A wide receiver?
Yes.
Wide receiver Marvin Mims
Wow.
Jr. Wow,
That's a
out
tail.
of
Right?
Oklahoma.
I mean, that's a tail on Sutton.
gone?
The wide receiver is up.
Who's gone?
Who's gone? Well, this guy is a 5'11", 183-pound, 4.38 in the 40 at the combine, gentlemen.
So he's a replacement for Hamler.
He's your Hamler replacement. Gone is Hamler. This is your guy. Surprising, guys. Absolutely shocking. I would never expected a trade up to be for wide receiver, especially with Sutton and Judy still on the roster at this point. What do you got to say? I'm going to start with Albert. You were the one who was shocked the most, man. Marvin
Yeah.
Mims Jr., what do you think, buddy?
I think that this might be the end of Montreal, Washington.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You can give up on Montreal after one season?
Yeah,
man.
This is Cortland
Our-
Sutton is up.
It's not like Montreal Washington was a huge receiver in the receiving room. He's a special teams guy.
That's
No,
already been
no,
replaced.
He's been replaced.
That's true. He has.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
and two
Why do-
speedy.
Why
Two
do you bring
speedy
this
guys.
guy in? Why do you bring this guy in to replace him? I think he's more of a Hamler guy, and Hamler's gone.
2
Yeah.
for 1, man.
Hamler's
2 for 1.
too injury prone. Hamler's too injury prone, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him released.
Jody, you've been talking about it all season, all preseason. The Broncos have been looking at what type of offense and how many receivers are going to hit the field, buddy. Talk about it.
Oh, they're going to run a lot of 11 or 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. So,
Exactly.
I don't know that it's. I mean, I guess I can see Hamler, but I think this is more of a Cortland Sutton because you're paying Tim Patrick and you're paying Cortland Sutton big money.
Mm-hmm.
And if Judy's on the field, either Tim Patrick or Cortland Sutton making big money is not on the field a lot of the time. So, I mean, this to me, it's pretty easy. You're trying to salary dump Cortland Sutton.
So
Wow. Pick is in for Chicago, guys. Give me 2 more seconds. I rushed back from this break, so I just need 1 more second, okay?
okay.
Okay.
Chicago
One-
Bears, pick is in. Now the Eagles with back-to-back picks after this, guys, so could be some additional trade up, trade down.
I mean, and I don't really see the benefit. I don't see the benefit of Hamler cutting Hamler. I mean, you need to see what he can do on the field, and
Well, we've already seen what he can do on the field. He can't stay on it.
but that's what I mean. This is his last go. To me, this is a signal of Cortland Sutton. Cortland Sutton is available. You can come and get him for a 6 or a 7. They want the salary dump now.
Yep.
Right. No, I agree there. I mean, I think they've been trying to move Sutton, all off season, and yeah, this pick. But it's just the receiver they picked. If you're going to replace Sutton, then why not go after Cedric Tillman, who's more the size of Sutton, instead of somebody like Mims?
But I think we have somebody the size of Sutton, and that is Tim Patrick.
Yeah, but Tim Patrick's old. How much longer is Tim Patrick going to be around?
Well,
I mean,
At least 2 more years at least, if he plays well.
right. So if you're getting rid of Sutton, then why not bring in somebody who's Sutton's size that in 2 years is going to be ready to go?
he's 29.
I just don't see us capable of moving on from Sutton. I think Sutton stays on this roster unless we get we have to get the right trade, and it doesn't make sense in most instances because of his cap hit. I don't see, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see this as a move for Sutton. Again, I'm right along there with Albert. I think there's a KJ Hamler, and I think it's a Montreal Washington in one fell swoop. They're the same guy. Montreal Washington has already been replaced as a kick returner. KJ Hamler can't stay healthy. Now you get a guy who's under 6 foot, runs a 4.38, can take the top off the defense at any given time. I think it's just a 2-for-1 replacement now that we've brought that kick returner in that's evading my memory at the moment. But that's okay.
Chicago's pick is in. Philly's on the clock with their first of 2 picks. All right, guys. Unless somebody trades up with Philly, and the Rams are sitting right there. Could you see the Rams jump over and them go after Hooker?
Pick is in for the Bears. Zach Pickens, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Great pickup, man.
Yeah,
another anchor guy.
Yep.
Can play inside and outside. Fast enough to play on the outside. Can move inside. Bears got a good defensive tackle, and they're focusing on the defense at this point too. So, but yeah.
I'll go back to what Dave said, though. I mean, Marvin Mims, he's only 5'11". He's not a big wide receiver.
Right.
Portland said.
That's why I'm wondering, why would you pick him if you're going to jettison Cortland Sutton? I would have gone after a Cedric Tillman.
Correct. I think he's that third wide receiver, and he certainly gives you the option of possibly moving on in the future.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Because can Hamler? I don't even think Hamler can come back from his injury this year.
See,
He tore that pec, didn't he?
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
aren't they saying that he's going to be ready by week 1?
Yeah,
What?
They're saying he's going to be ready, but man, here's a guy
They're
that's
saying 6 months. So
Man, that guy's tried to rush back from every injury he's had and always ends up re-injuring himself.
which is amazing because if you watch him in training camp, I don't know how he ends up,
I've-
not having the time to repair himself.
I believe we will see a surprise, and that surprise might be Dulcich, that he's moving on to wide receiver, because he has the capabilities of doing a Cortland Sutton.
Right,
And,
and if they're going to do that, then they need to pick up a tight end here.
Yeah. But hey, you guys talked about it earlier. You're talking about the Eagles being in line right now. They don't need Hendon Hooker.
Nope.
So there's that possibility of trading one of these picks as they continue to be on the clock here. As we've seen, as this on the clock kind of moseys down, a lot of times that's because trades seem to be happening, possibility at least in the background, and a lot of them. Albert, did you keep track of round two?
Yes,
How many trades did we have in round two?
7.
Wow.
7 trades.
That
And
is including the trade of the Broncos.
Wow. Wow.
I'm gonna run upstairs for just a sec.
Okay.
I will be 2 minutes.
2
So-
minutes. You're on the clock, sir. Ding, ding, ding. Just like the Philadelphia Eagles, who are taking their time. I'm
Yeah.
thinking there might be a trade that's happening here. With back-to-back picks, you want to be shopping one of these picks. It's what the Broncos have been talking about when they had 67 and 68. Now, of course, they trade that 68 overall. They move up. They get their guys still sitting with that 67. We'll see if they trade down as well. That's always an option if they think they can get one of their guys a little bit later. If the Lions, the Rams, the Raiders aren't going to be taking these guys, they can maybe, obviously they're not trading with the Raiders, but here are the Saints right after that. They could move down a few spots, pick up another draft pick, something that George Payton obviously loves to do.
Right.
And
So-
it'll be interesting to see what happens in these next three picks.
So pick is in. Pick is in for the Eagles.
Oh,
So-
Matt,
you're updating quicker than me. Go ahead, buddy.
So Matt has a comment about Sutton.
Oh, very good. Let me just jump over here real quick. All right. Payton's offense is a poor fit for Sutton, in my opinion. They need a smooth operator, which makes me think of the song. Route runners. Sutton is third best across the middle, probably the third best route runner. Yeah, I would have to agree. Judy takes the cake as far as route running is concerned, and I certainly like Tim Patrick's better than Cortland Sutton's as well.
And Dulcich is really good across the middle. That
Correct.
is,
Being- Go ahead, buddy.
and I think the Dulcich is much better route runner over the middle than Sutton. So he might, like I said, he might switch to the wide receiver position
But,
and take over for Sutton.
but like if they're going to run the offense that Jody's saying, I mean, 2 tight ends, you still want Dolchich there as the tight end and your route running tight end.
Yeah.
It's
think
sort
that-
of a
exactly.
Travis Kelce type guy,
Mm-hmm.
I think what you have the opportunity to do, though, is you have the opportunity to split out Dulcich
Oh,
or
yeah.
move him to the interior. And if you really want to, you can move him all the way to the outside because he is a large enough wide receiving threat that he could actually play that outside position and really mess with some teams as far as who they're lining up and how they're going to scheme against him in that position. So it'd be interesting to see exactly how this room shakes out.
And he is also much faster than Sutton, and he tries to get yards after being tackled.
I'll agree with the yards after tackle, but I should look up some 40 times for both Cortland Sutton and Dulcich before I say they're faster. Do you have the 40 times in front of you? Is he actually faster? Because I bet Sutton's faster overall, but don't get me wrong.
I would too. I just agree with Matt. I think that Sutton's just not that smooth route runner, especially since that ACL that he's never seemed to come back from. He hasn't mentally got over that.
I agree, man. It never been the same, man. I was looking at some pre-injury highlights of his. Man, what a beast he was! No wonder he made it to the Pro Bowl that year. And then the comparison to the receiver he's been after, amazing. They're just completely different. So pick us in for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they're on the clock with their second pick.
Right.
It would be amazing, guys. Do you think they take back-to-back picks here and to start off the third round?
Yeah.
Do you think they take them both?
I don't see why they would. That team is so stacked. Unless there's just somebody there that you can't pass up. But that team is so stacked. I mean, if they don't go running back here to get some running back depth, then maybe they do hold on to the second one and go running back again. I like Matt's latest comment though.
Okay,
That the
I'll bring it up.
Broncos want to kick Judy out of the slot permanently. And
I agree.
Put Mims in there and like Dulcich, like Albert's saying, and and it probably does put a for sale sign on Sutton if somebody's willing,
Yeah,
to
that's
pay the price.
100%.
Oh,
Sorry, didn't
wow.
mean to cut
Wow.
you off a little bit, but
So, okay, Broncos are on the clock. Philadelphia Eagles with their 65th pick picked up offensive tackle from Alabama, Tyler Steen, and
Very
their
good.
pick is in for 66, and the Broncos are on the clock.
yeah, just like that, boys. We'll see. Again, here we are. A lot of different ways we could go. Cornerback's been talked about. Offensive line, obviously, we have not addressed yet. The pick is already in from the Eagles. They're going with Sidney Brown, defensive back out of Illinois. So we are officially on the clock now. Boy, there's 100 different. Obviously, that tight end position, and we talked about trading down. Any particular direction you want to go, Dave? If you were sitting there with the pick in your hand, and then Albert, you'll go quickly next before we get this pick in.
I would love Holden Hooker right here, but I just don't think it's the biggest need for the Broncos right now. And I want Washington.
Darnell Washington.
Yes.
Georgia tight end.
For me, would either be the center or Siaki Ika, the defensive tackle, whatever you call it.
Yep, defensive tackle, Siaka Ika. I love Siaka Ika, and he's, we haven't seen a defensive tackle taken. Well, I take that back. Zach Pickens was taken by the Bears at the beginning, and it wouldn't be completely outside the realm. The pick is in, gentlemen.
Yep, pick is in.
The pick is in. I was going to say, I thought this was an opportunity to trade down. That's obviously not happening. If you were to sit and say, hey, who's running this draft? Is it George Payton? Is it Sean Payton? Right now, I'd have to say it's Sean Payton because we have not.
You're going to find out with this pick who's running this draft.
Yeah, right? I think we've already got a little bit of a telltale sign.
What's your guys' prediction?
We've traded up and we've stayed put, and a lot of people thought if we traded up, we were certainly trading back. Instead, we're staying put with this number 67 pick as well.
Montel Washington.
Montel Washington.
Or Darnell Washington, sorry. But, Keelan Ringo makes sense. They met with him. And that was the guy I remember Keith saying, why are they meeting with the first-round pick? We don't have that. He froze on us.
Was shooting up the boards. So,
right.
Oh, Drew Sanders, linebacker, Arkansas.
Am I back, guys?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well, there we go.
That might be a telltale. They obviously don't like the depth at linebacker.
Well, we had a gentleman on here at the very beginning of the show, and he said, time for us to move on from Mr. Josie Jewell. This guy projects to be one of those guys who I'm surprised at. We took linebacker here. Could be that replacement for Josie Jewell. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I don't like the pick,
I'm not really a fan of it, but I mean, good depth, I guess. I mean, you just re-signed Alex Singleton, and it was one of your first moves you made, so he's a.
But, I mean, don't you think tight end was a bigger position or need right here? I mean, what's going on with Washington that people are letting him slide down the block?
Yeah, he was supposed to be the darling of the tight ends that was supposed to be shooting up. Matt's saying he's a coverage linebacker. Just from what I'm seeing right off the bat, they say he's a guy that can either line up an inside linebacker or he can be an outside rusher. I don't know. I mean, I guess it not really an edge like I would have wanted. I'm shocked by this pick, guys. Not a guy on my board at all. Did anybody have Drew Sanders necessarily on their radar at all, guys?
He is listed as an edge runner.
Edge rusher. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, like they said, can be inside, sit on the edge, could go either way. Obviously, I guess if I look one more time at his stats, 6'4", 235. So yeah, certainly translates to an edge right now in the NFL. Not big enough to play that inside at that weight.
That's
Man, they were in love with him, man. I'm gonna have to go back and look at a little bit more tape. I don't know if we're gonna get the best grade on this draft pick, but feel free, guys. Jody or Dave, jump in.
Well, and Matt says, this is the Broncos' answer to Mayer going to the Raiders. This guy, and is he the coverage linebacker that we need to deal with the Kelseys, and the Mayers and the tight ends like that?
Wow.
And I know we're going to run a little bit different defense on the back end, but I thought Alex Singleton and Josie Jewell were not liabilities last year in the coverage game, to be really honest. I didn't see Travis Kelce go off for big games. I didn't see Darren Waller go off for big games.
Yeah,
I didn't really
yeah.
see any tight ends. I mean, other than when you're imploding like the Jacksonville game, or the Jacksonville game when everything was imploding.
Yeah, I just thought that we had a lot of other positions of need. Offensive line could have been addressed. I thought there was probably better edge rushers on the board, and I'll take a look at that list here in a second. Cornerback could have been addressed. Safety could have been addressed. We could have traded back, and I still think that this pick would have been there. I think this is one of those picks like the Lions had in the first round where there was a 99% chance that their picks would have been there if they would have just held steady, and I think that's the case here as well. So I think we could have traded back and got Drew Sanders, but I'll take a look at more tape. Hopefully I get a little bit more excited, but we'll continue on with the draft, guys. And
I think this is a blow to Benito.
it's that whole room at this point. I don't think we have a whole lot of confidence in a Cooper. I don't think we have a whole lot of confidence in a Browning. I don't think we can have a whole lot of confidence in Gregory. It's certainly a place that we needed more depth. I just don't agree with the pick.
Right, and I don't either. I don't think this was a good pick for them at this position. And I agree with Keith. If this is the guy you wanted, trade back, get some more assets, and the guy's probably still going to be there. But
maybe you didn't have a
just
dancing
shocked.
partner. I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe not. Maybe nobody wanted to move up there for the price that Denver may have been asking.
As Matt had mentioned a little bit earlier, or maybe in the chat, he said the Lions might be winning the draft. Like I said, a lot of people thought they maybe traded up a little bit when they didn't need to. They
Right.
certainly got picks that they are phenomenal picks. So that being said, maybe they just got their guys, and their pick is in as they were next on the clock. I want to take just 2 seconds. One, to actually do this between second round and third round, because I want. Oh wow, yeah, I'll do it right after this, guys. Hendon Hooker finally goes off the board. We've been
Lions?
talking about it to the Lions.
Woo-hoo!
All right, I'll let Mr. Woohoo himself go ahead and take the mic to begin with, and sound off Hendon Hooker to the Detroit Lions.
I guess it's telling what they think of Jared Goff.
Long-term solution, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Jared Goff played decent last year. He's made it to a Super Bowl.
Right. So.
And it also tells me more about how Sean Payton thinks about Russell Wilson. He believes in him more than he let go.
Yeah, he could have been Hendon Hooker right there, and we would have been talking.
Fell into his lap, and
Yep.
he didn't take him. So maybe he's just taken this year. And hey, if Russell tanks, then we try to move up and get a Caleb Williams or something like that.
Would have been good to maybe trade back and have some additional picks rather than.
I
digress.
agree.
I digress.
I agree.
Dave, I want your breakdown on one one entity that I just know that you're an expert on. Okay, buddy, if that's
Okay.
all right. Wanted to do this at the break, but give me a breakdown on this guy right here, buddy.
All right. That's the Sweet Heat. That is our award-winning rub.
Wait.
Took first place at the American Royal. If people don't understand barbecue, American Royal is hosted by the Kansas City Barbecue Society, who is the predominant force in barbecue. That took first place in the 2022 Best Rub on the Planet hot category. And it's not super hot. You can ask Keith. You can ask Albert. He's used it. It's not the kind of heat that's going to set your mouth on fire. It's a good one. We got a special running through tomorrow.
Through tomorrow.
No, through the 30th. So
30th. That's right. 2 more
through
days.
Sunday. You got 2 more days. Use DBR. I can't even remember the code off the top of my
DBR
head.
2023, Maddie.
That's right. DBR 2023. Get your discount. And we made the pledge that we would donate $1 of every bottle sold to Zach's GoFundMe. We went ahead and anticipated that we would get a lot of sales, and we already made our $100 pledge that we said we would do a
Wow.
minimum of. So we've already done that. So, hey guys, help us out. I'll still contribute more money if the orders come in to Zach's family's GoFundMe.
That's
and
awesome,
people
bud.
who don't know, Zach was a huge Bronco fan. Been around RMS back when it was RMSR before it became RMSN.
There you go.
Zach was around, and he was always, when me and Matt are on the shows, he was always on there. Coming up with some crazy Von Miller trade scenarios that me and Matt would always just laugh at him and say, "Come on, Zach, you've been a little crazy. Broncos will never trade Von," and they did. But I'm
Lo
telling
and
you guys,
behold.
if you have not tried that rub, do yourself a favor. And I'm not just saying that as the owner of the company. Do yourself a favor and try that. That stuff is good on lots of things. It's
Yeah.
really good on pork, which I'm glad you asked me now, Keith, because I got to jump off soon. I got 2 pork butts I got to throw
Oh,
on.
no.
If you are in the Denver area, Sunday, we will be at Ruff's Barbecue Shop. We'll be sampling product. We're handing out pulled pork. We're going to have some baked beans that we're sampling. So head out to Ruff's Sunday between 10 and 2. It's over in Golden, off of I-70 and 20th, around that area. So, hey, head over there, see us, talk barbecue, try out our products. But I appreciate you guys letting me jump on here. I'm a little disappointed in the way the Broncos went, but they're the experts. They're supposed to know what they're doing, right?
Yep.
And thank you, Michelle. Michelle comes in, Albert's wife, and says the rub is so delicious. So I appreciate that. But, yeah, definitely give it a try. And remember, DBR 2023, get your discount.
Yes.
And a portion of the sales will go to the Zach's family's GoFundMe account. And who knows? Maybe we'll just run that all dang Bronco football season, and
Wow.
let's get some money for a family that really needs it.
That-
Man,
Man,
I don't care about sales, you guys. I'm more about helping this family out. I mean, they had 2 kids, and I don't know how much everybody knows out there, but I think Zach's wife found out just a couple weeks before he passed that she was pregnant with twins. So
correct.
so people that don't know, I mean, let's help this guy out.
Yeah.
If you don't want to buy my rub, then take the $10 you would spend on the rub. I'd rather you go over and give to the it's not GoFundMe, it's some
No,
other
it's
one.
not. We got a link, and I'll see if I can bring it up here in a little bit, but it's very
Right.
similar, guys. It's
yeah.
obviously a FundMe page for Zach's wife, and now what will be 4 children.
Right.
She's pregnant with the twins. So
Yeah, I mean, I would rather everybody just go over there and donate the $10 to them.
I agree, man.
You
100%, man.
So-
100%. As much as we love you as a sponsor, Dave, and your heart is huge, and you're a great Broncos fan, and I appreciate you being here tonight, helping us break all this down. But yeah, if we can help out Zach's family, that's number one, what it's all about. But Dave, before you get out of here, before we announce these next couple of picks, I don't want the pork butt to go bad. And I'm telling you, if I could drive the 12 hours and get there, I would be taking samples because it's that dang good, guys. So get out there if you're in the Golden, Colorado area. Get some free samples from Dave over at where again, Dave?
Ruff's Barbecue Shop.
Thank you, Dave.
So, all
Thank
right,
you.
guys.
Thank
Thank you,
you so
Jody.
much.
Jody, Albert, hey, it's been great
Thank you,
spending
Dave.
the evening with you, Keith. Thanks as always. And if you ever want me on the DBR every now and then, a special guest, just let me know. I enjoy spending time with you guys, talking
Appreciate you,
Bronco
Dave.
football. So,
Thank you, Dave.
Go
all right,
get 'em,
thanks,
Dave.
guys.
Thanks, Dave.
All right,
Go get those pork butts.
All right, will do. Thanks.
All right, spice up your life, guys. Head over to willowseasonings.com, willowseasonings.com. They're going to get you all taken care of. And spice up your life. Spice up your life. DBR 2023 will get you that 15% off, give you $1 donation to Zach's family as well. And like Michelle says, it's freaking delicious. So get yourself some. Got to get caught up on some picks, guys. I saw Jody clapping. I believe it was for the Houston Texans pick. And then we got to get picked up really quick. Did you like Tank Dell there, buddy?
That was okay, I guess.
All right. Sorry, I saw some clapping. I wasn't sure if it was for the picks that were going, but the Houston Texans went Tank Dell, wide receiver out of Houston. Another name that I really like, defensive tackle, Byron Young out of Alabama. Of course, goes to our rival Las Vegas Raiders. And then Kendre Miller, running back out of TCU, goes to the New Orleans Saints. So maybe a name that I didn't have on my board as far as running back was concerned. But guys, talk about those three picks. You can talk about any three of them that you like. Albert, why don't we start with you, and we'll head over to Jody.
So first and foremost, first I want to say we must be getting hungry. So because I have some donuts for you.
Hey,
You have
Keith,
some donuts for me?
Keith, check your phone.
Oh, my goodness. Check my phone.
Yep.
What do I got going on my phone, buddy? In the messenger?
In the messenger.
Oh, yeah. I can do that, buddy. I can do that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Besides donuts, thanks a lot. Virtual sharing of donuts does not help me any, Mr. Dutchy, but enjoy your donuts. And any thoughts as the Dutchy stuffed his mouth? I'll go over to Jody. Any thoughts on these last three picks here, buddy?
You put sweet heat on your donuts?
Ooh, that might be a little interesting.
I've not
Here,
tried it.
let me virtually share it with you.
I can ask Michelle to get me some.
That's up to you, buddy. I don't want you to ruin your donuts, but yeah, you're looking all tasty over there. Appreciate it. Jody, any thoughts on these picks that came through?
I'm pulling it up right now.
I'm pulling it up. All right, buddy. Fair enough, man.
I still can't believe it. A wide receiver and a linebacker for the Broncos.
I guess for me, I'm really wondering why is far?
And I broke for just a second, right in the middle of your sentence, so you'll have to say that again, buddy.
I'm just a little complexed on why Donnell Washington is slipping so much.
Yeah. For a guy that was supposed to be rising, he sure is now slipping. Seems like the tight end position maybe has cooled off a little bit. But yeah, I'm perplexed. I'm just perplexed why we didn't consider him there. I thought that was going to be the pick. I thought that made perfect sense for our Broncos, but different plan in mind, man. But Darnell Washington continues to slide. So
Here's the thing: they might want to keep Sutton if they can't get him traded somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
But then it would be a really good reason for a contract negotiation.
Yeah, possibly. He didn't show up as a guy that was really open to contract negotiations earlier in the cycle. I guess you could say preseason cycle, when he said that he wanted to be appreciated. So I don't know if he's going to be open to negotiations. He could just sit out and get his money for the most part. A lot of this money is guaranteed. So We're not in the best spot. That's why a lot of people speculate the trade hasn't happened with Cortland Sutton to this point. It's just the terms of his deal aren't that great for someone else to pick up because, let's face it, he hasn't been, you know, so impressive on the field that teams are clamoring to get him, especially at the wage that he's getting paid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look good for Sutton. Let's call it that way.
I'll give you that. I'll 100% give you that. And maybe someone that could bring a little bit more clarity. A guy that, you know, maybe even wanted Cortland Sutton on his team at one point. I want to bring in the great, the fantastic half of the K&K show, Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick. Welcome to the show, Kenny. Thanks for joining in, bud.
Thanks, fellas. What's up? I tried to make it for Dave and the Broncos, but sorry I missed you. I was a little busy at the time, but I'm here now. So let's get this third round going and, you know,
Yeah.
continue. I just heard Jody say how somebody's dropping, and I think he's one of the best.
Darnell Washington, you like
Yeah.
him too?
Yeah.
I agree,
But I'll
man.
tell you what, you know, a quick question, if you don't mind.
Go
Why
right
do we
ahead.
see all these Georgia Bulldogs dropping? Jalen Carter yesterday, the wide receiver, the linebacker Nolan Smith last year, Kobe Dean. You're seeing a lot of Georgia Bulldogs drop, yet they're the top team in college football.
Interesting perspective. I know that you love this college game, buddy, but yeah, I didn't really think about it in those terms. All these guys were ranked to be going better or higher. Supposed to be top quality guys. It's interesting. Obviously, maybe in my opinion, it's something that you're not seeing on tape. So if it's not on tape, it's got to be in those interview processes. Maybe they're just not panning out as well when they hit
Well,
the
I
boards.
think Jalen Carter's is pretty self-explanatory. The off the
Correct.
field stuff. Now I don't know about the pass rusher, why he dropped so far yesterday. I don't know. Why hasn't Keelan Ringo been picked yet?
Another one.
Yeah. Yep. A lot of names, man. A lot of names. So, you know, as we're sitting in here, when we can get caught up on some picks, especially since our favorite teams have kind of went on. You went out and selected Deontay Banks yesterday. What was your thought on Deontay Banks and where you guys picked him in the draft, buddy?
We needed that was a needed position. I see us drafting, you know, today's pick too. I see us drafting needed positions. So I was, you know, looking at him. He's in my neck of the woods, Maryland, and local kid. He stayed local, and that shows me something. You know, family oriented guy. Speed, physical, but our defensive coordinator fits our defensive scheme perfectly, in my opinion. So I'm not going to give it an A plus. I'll give it a B plus, B solid B plus grade for that first pick.
All right. I'm going to get caught up on a couple of picks, guys, and I'm going to end up going kind of right back to Kenny because he can grade another pick that just went off the board. Garrett Williams, cornerback out of Syracuse, ends up going to Arizona. This guy that we brought in actually for a visit as well, one of our top 30 visits. Good-looking athlete, I think, as the Cardinals need to continue to build on that defensive side of the ball. Should be a contender in the cornerback room right off the bat. And then, Kenny, you've been asking for it forever. You guys have been needing some wide receiver weapons to go around Mr. Daniel Jones, Mr. Big-time $40 million Daniel Jones. You go out and you just selected Tennessee's Jalen Hyatt. Talk about it, buddy.
Steal, third round. Hendon Hooker just went. I think he's the steal of the quarterbacks. I do, because he's going to sit behind Jared Goff this year, ACL. But this team, if Hooker stayed healthy, was competing for a national championship this year. And big reason was Jalen Hyatt. So ecstatic about the pick. I'm surprised he lasted to the third round, but smaller wide receiver. I think he's got a lot of upside, and to get him in the third round, I think the Giants got a home run here, potential home run. So I'll give him an A on this pick and an A in this second day. Let's put it that. And drafts are won in the second day, fellas.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Last thing, really quick, since I have you on here, John Michael Schmitz was my second favorite center. You guys go up and you steal him. Talk about John Michael Schmitz, how he fits the Giants scheme. Because Albert said, maybe not the best fit for the Broncos scheme. I really still like the athlete himself. I thought he could fit our scheme. Is he a fit for the Giants? And what does that do for your offense, especially now that we add on top Jalen Hyatt?
A+, he's going to be a day one starter, in my opinion. A+ grade. If we had a need, that was the need. We lost John Feliciano, our starting center. We lost him in free agency this year. And we lost Nick Yates, who came back from a horrific injury, but we didn't have a starting center on our team. And now you go, in my opinion, like you just said, Keith, you're number 2. I think the number 1 center in this draft, and you go and get him. And I think we got a day one starter on that offensive line, which with Andrew Thomas on one side and Evan Neal on the other, we got an offensive line potentially for the next 10 years forming here.
Fantastic.
Static. Like I said, day 2, a solid A for the Giants.
I would have to agree with you. I mean, like I said, my number two center, obviously getting a wide receiver that's going to mean so much to your offense. And now I'll go back over to Albert and Jody, because we've been talking about it all day long, or even into yesterday, and then, of course, today, these 2 Tennessee wide receivers. The Cleveland Browns add Cedric Tillman. Why don't we start it off with Albert? What do you think about the Browns adding the big wide receiver out of Tennessee, Cedric Tillman, bud?
It looks more and more troubling for Sutton. I think he will be on the receiving end of the bat, and because with what we have gathered and in the new wide receiver, Mims, and then I truly believe that Dulcich is going to be more of a wide receiving role.
Yep.
Slips more into Sutton's role, and yeah, it doesn't look good for Sutton.
If I could ask you guys a question, if you don't mind. I know
Yeah,
Dave's
we'll start
not
off
here
with
to
Jody.
answer, but I listened to you guys on Tuesday, and moving up for Mims, I think, was a great move for the Broncos. You know, get another wide receiver. Now you can definitely, depth. You got depth wide receiver, even if you don't trade somebody now. You needed a wide receiver in this draft. You got one. You moved up. But I remember you guys on the show, and Dave wasn't on the show, but Dave didn't like the Arkansas linebacker pick. But you don't know. He might have been the best available on the Broncos board. And if that's
agreed.
the case, you take him, because I think you all are in agreement. You take the best available for the Broncos in this draft in the 3rd round. So if you can add linebacker, Arkansas played in the SEC, best conference in football, you might surprise you guys. Whoever didn't like the pick, I think you got a good linebacker. I do. I had him as a 2nd round grade.
Okay. Hey, we appreciate that, because, like I said, I think all 3 of us weren't up to speed on the candidate, the prospect himself. Good point that it's probably maybe the best player available. I was just surprised if you, again, learning more and more about how a lot of teams put together the draft board. When it comes down to the end, you're saying, okay, how does this guy in this column underneath this position compare against this guy at this position? It kind of factors in that need basis a little bit more too, and I just didn't know if that was our number 1 need. Jody, I still want to get your thoughts on Cedric Tillman joining Deshaun Watson in Cleveland, and maybe giving him a little bit of help on the outside, and the candidate himself.
I think it's a nice pickup. I mean, he's a good outside receiver. Played well at Tennessee. I'm just not sold on Deshaun Watson. Ever since his legal stuff down in Houston, he was not an elite quarterback last year, and I don't know if he ever gets back to that.
Yeah, I obviously he's going to help out whatever quarterback I think is there. I spoke about it. I thought this was this was a good replacement for Sutton. If Sutton did happen to get traded at some point, this was the guy I was kind of targeting to be that replacement for him. He's a big outside, uses his body really well, catches the ball with his hands as well, high points the ball. Could probably clean up a little bit of his route running, and maybe that's where he's here in the third round at this point. But he's got speed and really love his positioning that he has on the field. Really knows how to put himself in the right place. So I think that's a great pickup for the Browns here, a guy that I looked at quite a bit. And now we have the Atlanta Falcons. I'm sorry, I was going to say on the clock, but they actually got their pick in. We have Zach Harrison, edge rusher, and Ohio State. I'm sorry, had to raise the shades for that one. It's a little bit small print, boys. So just getting you up to speed. So, any thoughts around Zach Harrison? Was this a guy that the Broncos brought in as well? Don't quote me on that, but I think that might have been the case. If not, they did take a look at him either at the combine or on a pro day, if I remember correctly. So,
I'm still surprised with the edge rusher that we got. But yeah, we are coaches or whatever you call the us, and we don't know. We cannot see into Peyton's and Patton's mind. They see more than we do, so it's their future and their responsibility and accountability.
Yep. Hey, we've put a lot of faith in both these guys, and as Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick was pointing out, hey, maybe he was the top guy overall, every category on our board. They took their best guy, and he shocks us, and again, maybe solidifies that edge position that has been a constant rotation for the Denver Broncos. Might allow us to maybe get some trade compensation for some of the other guys in that room if we really wanted to. There's been a little bit of rumor about Jonathan Cooper possibly even being a guy that we could move on for a late round draft pick. So
that is definitely now the case.
Correct. Yeah, I think that it brings it into the realm of possibility. It's just whether we have a dancing partner for that. Boy, gentlemen,
6'5", 233. I just looked at his size. You can't deny that size. that's not nice right there. Just looking at that size.
Yeah.
6'5", 233.
All right, guys. Continuing on, a name that was kind of rumored to the Broncos right leading up to the draft as a possibility in that same position as far as linebacker is concerned. The New England Patriots just picked up Marty Mapu out of Sacramento State. I'm sorry. Great athlete, guys. Great athlete. Like I said, Broncos had brought him in. Here's a guy. He's 6'3", 217 pounds. Really, for when you talk about a guy from a school like Sacramento State being chosen here, you know what type of athlete he is, and seems like a perfect match as far as the New England Patriots are concerned. Anybody else want to talk about Marty Mapu? We have him here.
Could be a steal of a pick, right? I mean, some of the best players ever in NFL history in all sports come from small schools. Jerry Rice, wide receiver. What can it? Look at some of these names. So we'll see. Patriots. That's when you take them in these rounds. So could be a steal of a pick.
I think San Diego or Sacramento State, isn't that where Julius Thomas is from? And he panned out pretty well.
Right?
Yeah. I was trying to remember, man. Sorry, you got so many things going through my head right now. Pick is in also for the Rams. Here's probably one of the last best edge rushers if I had to try to mentally calculate who's gone. Tennessee's Byron Young goes to the Rams. Great athlete, and obviously was a huge disruptor for Tennessee last year. Anybody, Jody? I know you probably watched a little bit of Byron Young. Do you want to talk about him a little bit?
No, I think he's an elite pass rusher. He was someone I had high on Denver's board in the third round to possibly look at. I thought edge was a big need for Denver.
And it's surprising so many edge rushes are being picked. You would think cornerbacks or receivers, but no, it's all about edge rushers.
What do
This
you
draft.
what do you think about that, Kenny? All the edge players.
Just really
I'm a
quick,
little
I'll let Kenny go off on that, but Tucker Kraft just went to the Green Bay Packers, giving more weapons to Jordan Love than Aaron Rodgers ever thought of. Go ahead, buddy.
A little surprised about all the edge rushers, but I think we're seeing, a lot more of mobile quarterbacks and faster quarterbacks in these leagues. So, you need to get to the rush, the pass rush. I mean, look, we had three quarterbacks going in the top 4 picks this year, and they're all mobile, versatile quarterbacks. So I think we're seeing more of that trend over the pocket passers. So I think you need to have an edge rusher. I am a little shocked at some of the offensive linemen that are still on the board. Interior linemen, I think there's going to be a run soon, but
Gotta be.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple more of edge rushers still go in this first round, in the third round, excuse me.
Yeah, if I was going to answer that just a little bit, I'd say, follow your nose to the dollars. If you can get these edge rushers at this point and their impact, don't get me wrong, you want to get those at corner too. I just don't think that you have the depth at the corner position. I'll take a look at that really quick. But another name just went off the board, guys. Josh Downs, wide receiver out of North Carolina, just went to the Indianapolis Colts. So
It's a nice pickup for them.
I agree, man. Really nice pickup. They needed some wide receiver help. They have for quite a while, so that'll help them in that department. So, like I said, I'll look up cornerbacks, but
Yeah, what pick are we on right now? I don't see it right now.
number 80.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got
17th
about
pick in this
9
round.
more for the Giants draft. The trade. Did you have the details for that? I didn't see it.
Oh,
Did they
I
give
did
up
not.
89?
They did give up 89 because that's where the Rams are currently
Okay.
sitting, bud. So yeah, looks
I'm
like
fine with that. I'm fine with that.
you're out for the round at this point.
Nope, and I'm perfectly fine with that. We got a need, and move up to get those needs. That's it.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Steelers back up on the clock now too, guys. But I'm going to take a look at that cornerback depth, just see where we're sitting, because it is a position that we've kind of seen ignored, I guess you could say, as of late. So see what the depth looks like. That's a position that you can always add. It doesn't matter if it's for depth on your special teams, or certainly you can always have a plethora of cornerbacks. Just because
Special
of the
team
amount of wide
players.
receivers that some of these teams can put on the field, and you need to have that versatility. Big names that I still see that are out there, guys. Keely Ringo, obviously, still sitting out there out of Georgia. One of those Georgia guys that we were talking about sliding. A name that had been really jumping up the boards as of lately. Corey Trice Jr. out of Purdue, and a couple other names. Darius Rush out of South Carolina. Riley Moss as well out of Iowa. Names that I've at least had my eyes on as far as the Broncos. So yeah, still some good names out there. I am kind of surprised, Albert, that they haven't been jumping off the board. So
Like
If,
I said,
I'm sorry, Albert.
this draft is pretty much all about the edge rushers.
yeah,
I'm going to
it's been
say if the Steelers take a corner, it's going to be Trice. I just feel he fits their mold over there in Pittsburgh. And I think they definitely need to build that defense around TJ Watt.
I agree, man. That's my favorite guy. Take that back. It's not going to happen, buddy. Carolina Panthers have just traded up and taken the pick here away from the Pittsburgh Steelers. So it looks like the
Offensive line maybe help here. That's what you move up for sometimes. They got a young defense, so I don't think they're going to go move up for a defensive player. I could obviously be wrong, but
Yeah, and they've been addressing weapons quite well.
Got to protect Bryce Young.
Yep. So last pick that I saw, Jacksonville Jaguars took Brenton Strange, tight end. Was the last pick that they ended up picking up. Like I said, kind of giving some weapons to the newly acquired quarterback in Bryce Young, and wide receiver Jonathan Mingo, also taken last round. So, yeah, I think it'd be a good place to pick up an offensive lineman if you like it. Jody, your thoughts here? Carolina continues to build around Bryce Young. Do you think of its offensive line?
I could see a running back here. The running
Tajay
back
Spears.
Tajay Spears, the running back out of Pitt.
Don't you dare say his name. I want him to fall to the Broncos. Abakananda, yeah.
Yep.
Be interesting, man. That would be another way to help out this young quarterback. Just continue to put weapons around him that you think that other teams would just have a trouble covering them all, right? Don't worry about that offensive line. No, I don't think they're in a bad position as far as offensive line, but it would be interesting to see him add a pick if they like one here. Albert, your thoughts here, buddy?
They need a running back.
Oh, well, and I'm gonna just stop you because the pick is in, buddy, and it's something that you hit really quick. The edge continues. DJ Johnson, edge, Oregon, goes to the Carolina Panthers.
Wow.
We're not letting up on this edge run that's continuing to go. Albert pointed out first and foremost. So
Let's see.
You know
If
what?
you're one
If
of
there's
these
a
teams
division, go ahead,
Go ahead.
Joey. I was just gonna say, if there's a division where you can have a surprise this year, it could be the Carolina Panthers. A young defense, and you got Brady out of the division. You don't know who's quarterbacking in Atlanta with Ritter, and you got the Saints, who are the favorites. But how big of a favorite are they? So Carolina could sneak up on some teams this year, and
I mean, they got the best coach.
Get the defense.
The best coach there. I mean, he's a QB whisperer. If you be honest, look what he did with Phillip Rivers in his last year. Look at the numbers he got out of Carson Wentz.
Yep.
So
100% agree. I was gonna.
I mean, they've been making a lot of moves that have been, really smart moves in my opinion.
Yeah, I was gonna compare it to what we saw last year with Jacksonville when they finally got a head coach that knew what he was doing. I mean, you saw what Trevor Lawrence was able to make that jump, and under good coaching, in my opinion. That's all it really came down to. Now you had put Bryce Young in that position. You start putting around these weapons. Be amazing. Tennessee Titans pick is in, guys. So we'll see where they go.
Running back possibly behind Henry.
Yeah, is Henry on the
Still
move?
want to shop him around.
Matt is waiting in the green room.
Oh, in the green room. Well,
Yep.
I would love it. He's gonna have to wait, man. I don't see the value at this point of picking him. I'm just kidding. He's gonna He's gonna be the Will Levis of the Rocky Mountain Sports Network. No, I'm just kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, thank you all for keeping with us, by the way, and tuning in. We're gonna welcome in co-founder of the Rocky Mountain Sports Network, Mr. Matt Staffiero. Welcome, Matt. How you doing,
how's
sir?
it going? Oh, I'm doing all right.
Well,
Got my dance on. Kids' school dance was today. When I told him 6:45, Dad couldn't get out, so 7:45. So we'll see. Wife is giving me permission to go to 8:45. So you got me for a little while tonight.
well, that's all right, buddy. I think we got half this round left, and maybe a little bit of wrap up. So we should be good, man. We should be good. I appreciate you joining in, being part of the group. Look at this full panel, man. Look at us, man. Here we are, late day 2, man, filling up your screen, getting you all pumped up about every single pick, everything that's going down. Matt, you were in the chat earlier. Appreciate you all the feedback that you were giving us. Plethora of knowledge. Get us up to speed, though, on the linebacker out of Arkansas for our Denver Broncos fans. I think you had a little bit more knowledge than maybe Jody, myself, or Albert. So go off for a second, buddy, and we'll catch up on some picks here in a second.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. You know, he's an interesting pick. I mean, he had a first round grade on a lot of boards. You know, similar to what Baron Browning did, he could play inside, outside. He played inside backer at Arkansas. He actually started off at Bama as an edge, an outside guy.
That's
So,
a great comp.
Yeah, so he's got the ability to play inside and out. I mean, the dude's 6'5". He's got a 4.6 speed. You know, it's hard to put a label on anyone who's going to be able to cover a Travis Kelce type player. These tight ends, George Kittle. I mean, he gives you a chance. He's got the size. He's got the speed. Now we got to see if he's got the hips and footwork to make it happen.
Very good, man. Good breakdown. Yeah. Appreciate that. And Jody pointed out, great comp, man. Baron Browning, from what I read and a little bit, like I said, I'll need to go back and watch a little bit of tape, see if he has that ability to have those flippy hips, as you put out there, you know, and speed to keep up with those receivers. But great comp, and I appreciate the breakdown, buddy.
No, absolutely. You know, there is a team that I want to give some. You know, some people were scratching their heads on it yesterday. The Lions, you know, with their pick taking Gibbs, even though they had Swift on the roster already.
Yep.
But I mean, the Lions are just having a phenomenal draft, man. Like, they're trading back, they're accumulating picks. They got a first-round talent in Hendon Hooker. You know, possibly the heir apparent there if Jared Goff can't get it right. I mean, they're having a killer draft, man.
I agree, man. Talking about doing some killer picks. I think it was Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick that predicted this one. Tennessee Titans, Tyjae Spears out of Tulane. Wow. Talk about it, Kenny, man. I think wasn't it you that put that name out there, buddy?
I put the name out there because of all the Derrick Henry talk. They're not happy there with Derrick Henry, and now they got Will Levis as their quarterback. So quarterback and running back in this draft future with Treylon Burks. I think Derrick Henry. I think he's going to be, you know, might be seeing his final days over there in Tennessee, and the future running back. I think it's a great one. Tulane wouldn't be where they were this past year without Tyjae Spears.
Yeah. Great. Been shooting up the boards. Kind of surprising he lasted this long into the third round. But man, what a turning of the page down there in Tennessee. Like you said, now all of a sudden we're looking at a future quarterback. We're looking at the replacement running back. Albert, I know you want to talk about this next pick as Tampa Bay just got theirs in. I know it's a name that you talked about quite a bit. Defensive end out of Louisville, Yaya Diaby goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, buddy. What do you think about that? That's a name that I know you liked.
Yeah, he's a great addition to their team, and they need it over there. So, yeah, I'm sad that he's going there. I would rather have seen him go to the Broncos, but yep.
Here's a guy. I mean, talk about just crazy stats, man, and it's why everyone had him just shooting up. He's 6'3", 263 pounds, ran a 4.51 40, guys. Had a 10-foot broad jump and a 37-inch vertical jump. Man is just a beast at that size, man, and to have that guy coming off the defensive end position, kind of playing that edge. Wow, guys. I mean, just amazing. Great pickup.
I got some breaking news. Broncos are just traded up.
I got some breaking news too. George Payton just called me, guys, and he's in talk with the Vikings. They are getting, since Tyjae Spears just went, a 4th round and a 2033 7th round pick. Alexander Madison is coming to the Broncos, boys. It's official. Thanks, George.
Oh.
What did we trade? This is what I'm trying to see. I will not spoil. I'll try not to spoil the pick for you.
Yeah, don't spoil anything, buddy. We seriously did trade up, though.
Yeah, we are on the board, and I'm trying to figure out what the heck we traded.
All right,
get the tight end. Get the tight end.
Yeah,
Get
Darnell
that tight end.
Washington. We talked about it. This would be a redeemer. Broncos country. The pick is in. The pick is in. Traded with Seattle.
Did we give him Cortland Sutton?
Did you give
I
him back
haven't-
Russell Wilson?
I can't believe we're Come on, guys. Come on. Keep it together. I don't think they're taking Russ back. But man, trade partner again with the Seattle Seahawks. I'm flabbergasted, gentlemen. I'm flabbergasted, man.
I mean, Washington makes a lot of sense. Look who's
Running back.
next.
Running back
Running
makes
back.
a lot of sense too, though, right now, because we just seen a little bit of a run on them. I mean, we've been
That could have
tied
been
to
the Broncos guy.
I'm just saying
You also
Washington
jump-
because look at
More
Miami.
defensive
Miami's
linemen.
in need of a tight end.
Miami's in need of a tight end. The Chargers wouldn't mind taking a tight end. Yeah, it could definitely be tight end. But at the same time, the Chargers need that running back. Eckler's not happy.
Yeah, I mean, there's two guys that are standing out. If this is running back who are receiving threats, kind of a Kamara
Abakananda.
comparison.
Abakananda.
You have Ashane out of A&M and Sean Tucker out of Syracuse.
Abakananda.
Broncos have been tied to
Abakananda.
both heavily.
I know
I'm
they've
still
been
waiting to
tied.
know what the heck we traded.
Yeah, we'll figure out compensation, Broncos country. I did not expect this coming, man.
Okay,
I
I
did not see this at all, man.
I do have the compensations. Seahawks traded 83 to the Broncos for 108 and a 2024 third. So whoever this ends up being, the Broncos had to have had them really high on their board and just had felt that they were not going to be there at 108.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be the tight end.
Yeah, I unfortunately have it spoiled for me.
Okay, then just keep your mouth shut, buddy. No, we move up 25 picks in this round and give away a third in next year for whatever pick this is. And I'm hoping that the Broncos country are going to be cheering. Hope it's like the day that we got Von Miller. I'm excited, guys. I did not expect this coming. It could any other position outside of Matt Staffiero jumping in here, outside of running back or tight end that you could think it could be? Have we seen edges going? Could it be still an edge that they had rated up there?
The kid from Army, but you're not going to move up 25 spots to get him.
Fingers crossed that they didn't move up that high for.
It's shocking. I'll give you that.
It better not be
I hope it's
Stromberg.
not
I
I don't want O'Connell. I do not want O'Connell from Purdue.
Oh.
Jody will be happy. It's not O'Connell. I'll give you that.
Wow, this is kind of a little bit shocker. It's a name that been climbing up the list, though. Broncos have shown a lot of interest and was rumored to. We got Iowa cornerback Riley Moss added to the stable, man. Broncos country, what do you think? Riley Moss, cornerback. A lot of people talked about us adding to that position, not just relying on PS2 and Damari Mathis. Boy, who wants to start off? Raise your hand. Feel free.
Here's your CB2. This is who's Mathis is going to be moved back for Riley Moss. He's got better size. He's got better hips. He's got better footwork. He's not as fast as Mathis, but you're going to ask it. He's got that ball hawking nature. Some people said he could convert over to a safety, but he's got, we like to play zone in a VJ defense. He's going to be able to play that better than Mathis, in my opinion. The dude is quick too. He's got great hips. That's the big thing for him, and what we're going to need him to do. He catches the ball when it hits him. He's got soft hands, that's for sure.
Right on. Albert, any thoughts around picking up a cornerback here, trading up into this position in order to get one? And if you have any opinion on Riley Moss, was he on your board?
He was not on my board, but yeah, the people who were on my board were gone already anyway.
Okay.
So yeah, no, this was a need. This is definitely a need, and if they traded up to get him, and I think that's their best corner they can have. Kudos for them. Yeah, we
right.
needed another cornerback.
Matt, do you value him higher than Keelan Ringo?
I think he's a better
What?
fit for what the Broncos want to do. He's got like I said, Kaylee Ringo is going to be more of your man-to-man guy. I mean, with the way that Georgia plays, they create pressure in so many different ways. They send so many guys. It's more of an island type. That's not how Vance Joseph runs his defense. That's not how Sean Payton has traditionally ran his defense. Similar to how, even going back to how Vic does, it's not leaving your guys on islands. It's creating creative pressure through stunts in the middle. So we need those guys who are comfortable playing zone. This is going to be one of those guys that can drop back and play zone. If he's asked to play man, he's got the speed to do it. He does struggle when he's asked to get up in somebody's grill and press at the line, but I mean, he's a better fit for Ringo than Ringo is for the Broncos.
Just to kind of give some stats: 6'1", 193 pounds. Ran a 4.45 at the combine, so flying for a cornerback. 10'7" in the broad jump, 39-inch vertical. And then I want to jump right over guys because another guy went right off the board. A guy that was rumored to the Broncos numerous times. Devin Ashane, Ashane, if I remember right. Devin Ashane, Texas A&M running back to the Miami Dolphins.
That was a need for the Dolphins, but I'll say something about the Broncos pick real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody talks about Georgia's defense. Iowa has a heck of a defense every year in the Big Ten, and their defense is what kept them in games this year. And I will say the Giants last year got Dane Belton in the 4th round from Iowa, safety.
Okay.
He played about 5 games for us. He got hurt, but those games he played, he showed me a lot, and I think he's going to be a key contributor to our Giants defense this year in the secondary. So I do like that pick because Iowa falls under the radar because you get all these big schools, Georgia, Alabama, they get all recognized. But this could have been a steal. Like Keith, you said, you moved up a lot of boards. You don't move up 25 spots unless you got high hopes for this guy to be possibly a day one starter.
Agreed, 100% with what Kenny said. You don't give up. You don't dip into next year's picks unless you're confident this guy can come in and make an impact right away. Especially, you're looking at a 3rd, which some people consider pretty high value still. I mean, you look for, starters or fringe starters from 3rd and 4th. So that's an impactful pick that they've moved on from for next year. We know that George Payton doesn't like to move picks in the preceding years. So this is definitely a Sean Payton pick. This is Sean Payton being on the table saying this is a guy I know is going to come in and make an impact.
So here comes my question then. Do you think we will see George Payton after the draft with the Broncos still?
I think this is...
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like seems like a Sean Payton draft through and through. Don't get me wrong; that these guys were all scouted by George Payton type of guys. So, man, it's really the draft movement feels like Sean Payton. The draft prospects feel like George Payton. I guess I'd have to say he sticks around for another year. I don't know if he'll be. It'll really depend on how some of these prior years draft picks pan out to see if he sticks around next year, a.k.a. the Henningsons and the like from even last year. So Chargers were on the clock, off the clock. They got linebacker Dayan Henley out of Washington State. Here's a 6'1", 225-pound guy. Linebacker, I think he's a true inside linebacker, if I remember correctly. But if anybody else has any interest in or information on that pick, I should say, feel free to jump in.
I think that's more you guys out west with the Pac-12. I don't know too much about him, to be honest. I didn't even have him on my board.
Yeah, he came off the board a lot earlier than where I had seen him on potential boards. But I do just going back to the Broncos picks really quick. And talking about
feel
this
free,
draft,
man.
What I want to point out is we talk about this could be a Sean Payton draft, but what I want to point out is this is them coming together and finding guys that fits both of their profiles, and I'll tell you why. So Payton loves to move around and get guys that fit what he, those leadership guys, those types of things. We know his profiles, but what George Payton loves is something called high RAS scores, and it's a score out of pretty much athleticism, all their physical traits out of a scale of 10. I'm going to give you all 3 of them, starting from Riley Moss to Marvin Mims. Iowa's Riley Moss scored a 9.88 out of 10 on the RAS score. Drew Sanders scored an 8.97 out of 10 on the RAS score, and Marvin Mims scored a 9.39 on the RAS score. So it fits, but both of them want to do this. Is them coming together. This is them saying we're going to be a cohesive unit. I think this is Sean Payton buying into George Payton and George Payton buying into Sean Payton in this draft. You got to give a little and take a little, but overall, I think they're getting guys that they both are targeted.
Yeah. That's kind of surprising we didn't find a way to get Tyler Kraft then, because Tyler Kraft, from what I understand, was the highest rated ever at his position. So I digress. The great breakdown, though, Matt, because it is a give and a take. It seems like this relationship is going really well. From both sides, they've been complimentary of each other. I predicted from the very get when Sean Payton was hired that I thought that was George Payton out the door. But I've been proven wrong, I think, in just about every way in the way the reception in that relationship appears to be. Great question, Albert. I want to get your thoughts, Albert. Do we see George Payton next, after the draft, or how long is George Payton then?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a possibility that he can be gone because Sean Payton likes to do personnel as well. And pretty much that is what George Payton is doing, personnel only. So everything else is on Sean Payton's shoulders. So it might be that this was his last 2 months, maybe. Maybe 2 more months, and then it's done. I don't know. And by the way, the one linebacker, I had him on my list for our team because he is a sideline to sideline backer. He's good against tight ends. He's good against the run. So and fast.
Oh, you're talking about Henley out of Washington State, because we had back-to-back Baltimore Ravens have just selected Trenton Simpson, Clemson linebacker. Kind of plays a little bit more on the outside as far as a linebacker is concerned. And seems like a good pickup. Baltimore Ravens are always seems like they know how to certainly find the defensive guys and put together a defensive team. I think a guy that could speak to that would be Kenny, because he's up in that neck of the woods. Have you looked at Trenton Simpson out of Clemson, and how do you think he fits in with the Baltimore Ravens, buddy? Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick.
He's on mute.
Oh.
My fault. I had that on
No
me for
worries.
a second there. I was taking another call from George to see if he wants Alexander still. So sorry about that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yeah. Say, you can hang up now.
Of course, I'm messing around. For those who don't know, I got a little joke with Alexander Madison with the boys there,
Yep.
especially Dutchy.
Love it, buddy.
I like the pick. Third round linebacker. Can never have enough defense if you're the Ravens. You got Deshaun Watson in your division. You got Joe Burrow, of course, and now Kenny Pickett. So I will say, Clemson always seems to put out good product on defense, and I think it's a legit spot. Could contribute this year, a little backup, maybe special teams. I will say the Ravens are back, though, I think, fellas. Lamar yesterday got signed. Of course, they got OBJ.
Yeah.
Smith and Jiba and Mark Andrews on offense, along with the running backs. It's going to be a dangerous, sneaky team in the AFC.
Well put, man. I wasn't sure how the Lamar Jackson thing was all going to work out. Now it's all wrapped up in this draft, and kind of glazed over. But he gets his deal, and I think everyone's going to be happy. And certainly with the weapons that they put into place with OBJ prior, that probably helped entice a Lamar Jackson to making sure that he came back. But guys, first safety we've seen in a while, Jair Brown has come off the board, going to the 49ers. Of course, Jair Brown out of Penn State, and a guy that obviously was on the board as we could be looking at safety, and Kareem Jackson is got an offer out there, but not a big offer, and it's not like we're begging for him to come back into town. Jair Brown goes to the San Francisco 49ers, guys.
I think that's a special teams pick there for the 49ers. If anything, little added depth on the defense. I mean, they're going to be, in my opinion, favorites to get to the Super Bowl this year. Shanahan's got to get there this year.
Wow.
I mean, he's got to get there this year. I mean,
You-
you got the Brock Purdy noise going on, but watch out for Trey Lance. I'm sorry, watch out for Trey Lance. I mean,
Man.
it's a system over there, and Trey Lance is bigger and more physical. Watch out for Trey Lance. That's all I'm going to say this year.
Man.
The 49ers over the Eagles.
Yes,
Oh,
and I'm saying that because Eagles didn't do anything at running back yet, fellas. And yeah, they got the weapons at receivers, but they lost Miles Sanders, and that could be a big loss. And they didn't get Bijan Robinson, who I thought 100% was going to the Eagles, but the Falcons swiped them right before that. So I'm going to say 49ers will be my pick. And
Wow.
yeah, a little bit's contributing because I'm a Giants fan, a little.
Yeah.
But 49ers, I'm going to go with them. Got the slight edge.
I'll give you this really quick, and then I'm going to hit this pick because I know it was a name for, on a lot of Broncos country's list. But you go from the Eagles, who had one of the easiest schedules last year, well documented, to they're not going to have that this year. Not being a Super Bowl contender, not being on the cusp. So I think it's going to get a little bit tougher. There might be some truth in the fact that the Eagles might have a hard time getting back. I have a hard time believing that the 49ers are going to make that run, especially with an injured Mr. Irrelevant or a third overall pick who's been having trouble gaining the confidence of anybody inside the organization or the fan base. But gentlemen, Jacksonville Jaguars may be killing it, as Matt pointed out earlier. Tank Bigsby, running back out of Auburn, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's been a while since we heard from Jody. Jody, why don't you sound off about Tank Bigsby and Jacksonville and how they're just killing it seems.
He's a good running back. Auburn didn't have an elite quarterback, so they relied a lot on the run game down there. And I mean, he carried that team for what it was. I mean, it was a mess down there. No head coach, interim, with Cadillac Williams there. So, yeah, he's the 3-down back for sure.
Yeah.
But not going to be asked to with Travis Etienne in Jacksonville. He's going to be that's going to be a good 1-2 punch.
100%, man. We'll go right across the top of the screen. Matt, why don't you talk about Tank Bigsby, and then we'll get over to Albert.
Oh yeah, for sure. What's interesting about Tank Bigsby is him and Etienne have a similar playing style. They both are good receivers. So Jacksonville, and they got Doug Peterson, who loves to be creative. So there may be packages we're seeing both of them on the field at the same time. You got a mobile quarterback. You got two dynamic weapons that you could use in the slot, in the backfield. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. The Jaguars have a solid roster. They've dove into the draft 2 years in a row. They spent big in free agency last year. Jaguars might be the team to watch in the AFC South right now.
They're building, man. They're building. Tank Bigsby, Albert Knoppers, what do you think, man? Guy you had on your list?
No, I did not have him on the list. I have, let's see, Kenny McIntosh on my list for the Broncos.
Okay.
But here's the thing, to answer Kenny maybe. I know the Titans have drafted a running back. Do you think the Eagles might be interested in Derrick Henry?
That's a good question, and unfortunately, I do think they are interested in him, and that would be nightmare for not only me and Giants country, but the whole NFC.
Yeah,
because Henry wants to be gone with them, so Henry's not happy there. So
yeah, I do think that it could be a possibility there, Albert. And the Eagles, they might just say, hey, we'll give you a 2024 first-round pick. It's going to be in the high 20s or even 30 anyway. We'll give you that for Henry.
Albert, I'm going to switch it back to you. We haven't addressed the running back room either. Do we go hunting after Henry?
No, we cannot even afford him. We don't.
Hey, we got those future picks too.
And
No, because you need
we-
to see what Javante Williams' health is like.
and Pirine, and we
You
can
could
get.
you could pair Henry with Javante Williams.
But
I would like to
just-
see Kenny McIntosh.
Very
He
good,
would-
man.
I do agree that they are drafting one more running back, though.
Like
In-
that.
in
What about a
the-
couple of free agent guys out there? Leonard Fournette, Zeke.
I'd be okay with Fournette because I've liked him from the get. On the other side, I'm on the opposite side as far as I take that back. I like Zeke in college. I never liked Zeke in Dallas. I didn't care for maybe his demeanor overall. So
So another option
I
would be
digress.
Seattle. Seattle's got a
Ooh.
lot of depth there, and you seem to be best friends with Seattle now, fellas.
I guess so, man. There are
Rashad Penny. Oh, I would not mind seeing Rashad Penny.
no, I'll pass there, man. I'll ride with what we got, but I'm not going to go Rashad Penny. It just I like the guy coming out, but hasn't shown the consistency. You want to give me Kenneth Walker? I'll give you that. I'll talk about Kenneth Walker. I'm down with that. Don't think that's probably going to happen. Los Angeles Rams, Kobe Turner, defensive tackle out of Wake Forest. I have no information on him, so if anybody wants to jump in, feel free. And then I want to get Kenny on the mic because the Dallas Cowboys are at next.
Well, I don't have any information on him neither, but I think that was definitely a need for the Rams because we just picked up Ashawn Robinson from the Rams from a few days ago, about a week ago. Ashawn Robinson from the Rams, the defensive tackle.
That's
so-
a great pickup.
Yeah, I was happy to see that, to be part of that interior line for Giants. But yeah, he was a Ram, so that was a need for them. That's all. So I don't know much about him, but definitely a need.
Maybe we should
He's
turn to
gonna-
our resident expert. Oh, go
He's
ahead.
going to learn from the best. And what's his name's
Donald.
Aaron Donald. He's going to learn from the best.
Yeah, that's for sure. Matt Staffiero, any information that you already had drummed up on Kobe Turner?
No, he's one of the ones that I had not gotten to. He definitely
fair, man.
went. Yeah, he definitely went earlier than where I thought he was going to go. The Cowboys pick comes in. It's DeMarvion Overshown.
Oh,
This is a little high for him. I think he was projected more towards the fifth, mid fifth, fringe six, and most of the boards right now. Going back a few picks, going back to Baltimore. I know it's been a while since we talked about them.
yeah.
But the Simpson, he was a 33rd ranked player on most boards. So he had a massive fall, similar to what we're seeing with Darnell Washington, similar to what we've seen with a couple other players. And then you're adding him to a room that already has Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith. They traded for Roquan. This kid's gonna have what a wonderful room to learn in. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the Ravens find a way to freaking stack the inside linebackers, man.
Agreed. I said I was going to go over to Kenny on this Dallas Cowboys pick, and if you don't have anything on DeMarvion Overshawn, I certainly do. But talk about the pick, Kenny.
Yeah, if you want to take it, Keith, I really didn't. I just really thought who I would
man.
go with third round because I came in for the third round and I didn't have him listed for third round.
I love this guy, and this is a guy that shot up my personal board. So I'm telling you,
Well, I
right
don't like
now,
to hear that.
yeah, it's pairing this guy with Parsons. You have some of the best linebackers out there. I know that Parsons is really playing that edge now. They call him the Texas Missile. I've never seen a guy that's more instinctive. He is a linebacker. He will shoot through almost any blocking scheme. He is in the backfield all day long. He's a little light. You'd like to see him put on some weight just for the NFL, but even if he doesn't, the speed that he gives you on the other side of things is just phenomenal. This was one of my deep round sleepers, I guess you could say. This is a guy that I would have loved just to put on the field because of the overall talent that he has. You find a way for a guy like this to get on the field. I love it, and I'm sorry that you'll have to go up against him twice a year, buddy.
Don't like to hear that.
I got some breaking news for you guys. Kansas City's traded up.
Well, at least it's not the Broncos. They would have shocked me. We would have had nothing left for years. Did they take the Buffalo Bills took Dorian Williams, linebacker, out of Tulane while I was going off on
That
Demarian Overshawn. Go ahead, buddy.
that's one I like. That was
What do you
my
like about him?
star on there. He was the defensive leader for Tulane, and it's not to sound like a broken record. I said Tajay Spears is who got him there, but defensive wise, this guy's a leader for Tulane, and a huge reason why they were successful this year. And Buffalo is nailing it in this draft, man. They are, in my opinion, and the rich get richer. They say they're going to be contending again this year, obviously, and nice pickup there late in the third round.
Gosh, we got a lot of teams that we think are hitting it out of the park so far. We've had Matt was going off about the Lions, and he liking what they did. We've had the Jacksonville Jaguars, and now Kenny coming in with the Bills as well. AFC East team, that division I thought was going to bust wide open with Aaron Rodgers joining the Jets, but hey, the Buffalo Bills aren't going away. They add a talent that Kenny liked a ton. Anybody else have anything on that? And is the Bengals who traded the pick to the Chiefs? I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
I'm waiting for a confirmation of what was traded for what. I don't have it yet. What's interesting here is, there was just a recent run on linebackers. Could this be them trading up to get another linebacker, maybe Henry Toto out of Bama? Is this them saying, hey, there's been a run on there's been a run on tight ends. Darnell Washington sitting right there, and as much as I would hate it, I mean, they already stole Rashee Rice, man. They already took Rice, and that one was heartbreaking for me.
Oh,
Noah
really?
Noah Sewell's up there, Penny's brother.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
wow.
another one up there. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go. I will be so sad if this is Darnell Washington, though.
Yeah, me too.
do you think that's a need for them in this offensive scheme, though? I mean,
at
Kelsey's
this
obviously
point-
the receiving tight end, but
you're just giving your best asset more weapons. I mean, when they
sure.
they've added Rashee Rice, that kind of negates the Juju
Because they still have Blake Bell, don't they, at tight end?
Yeah, but I mean, Blake's not really a receiving threat. I mean, he's more of your blocking guy. And I mean, Kelsey's in his he's north of 30 now. He can't play forever.
Yeah, well, it feels like he's going to be the Rob Gronkowski of tight ends again. It doesn't seem like he's slowing down a whole lot. Doesn't look like he's looking forward towards retirement.
I can hope.
Speaking of looking forward to retirement, I was watching Bussin' with the Boys, saw a little J.J. Watt clip, and kind of getting back to how we started the program with the supposed a video of Sean Payton coming out, maybe partaking in some legal activities, but some people might look down upon. J.J. Watt is looking forward to sitting down with some cannabis as soon as possible with all his friends, because he's never done so, and he's really looking forward to it. So what do you think about J.J. Watt, red-eyed and squinty-eyed, walking around, I don't know, Arizona, Houston, wherever he's at now?
Maybe Sean Payton can teach him.
Yeah, I think he might have some lessons if the video comes out to be true, 100%.
It's funny to play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
How bad are the Josh Gordon's suspensions?
Terrible.
Terrible. Think about it now that everything
man.
is legal. Just like these gambling, the legal gambling's legal as long as you're not betting your sport.
Yeah.
And you're suspending guys for half a year, a full year, when the Mannings are promoting it on commercials.
I know. I think we will look back on these suspensions that recently came out, and after the NFL Players Association probably renegotiates that, you can be in the facility betting on darts and you don't have to be across the street at the Denny's. We'll look back and laugh at these. But as of right now, yeah, these guys are getting suspended for what I consider still being rules. You still got to follow them.
Oh, yeah.
Kansas City Chiefs did get their pick in. Wanya Morris, Oklahoma offensive tackle, a guy that had been shooting up the boards for a lot of different people.
It shocks me. They had DeJuan Jones right there, another high prospect falling for some reason.
Yes, agreed. Because he's a DeJuan Jones doesn't he play for? Didn't he play for Georgia?
Ohio State.
Ohio State. I'm sorry. Thank you. Trying
He's
to
the
keep this all
6'8", 300 and whatever
Oh, yeah.
gigantic guy.
A
like
lot of these
374.
teams look at
Yeah.
these the 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 psychological, the interviews. You know, a lot
Yeah.
of these teams look at that, but you know what? At this point, you take a shot on some of these guys because we all sit at interviews on jobs, and sometimes you're on your A game, and sometimes you're not. And some of these kids might be nervous. Some of these kids might just not interview well. And third and fourth round, I mean, you should be taking a shot on some of these guys if that's what it is. You know, I'm just jumping to assumptions that that's what part of it is. You know, but. To slip down board some of these guys, I'm like, wow, it's got to be the interview. It's got to be because it's not their performance on the field.
Yeah, Washington is really surprising me. His fall.
Yeah, standout in that playoff run and in the championship. I mean, it just the tape said that Darnell Washington should have been gone by now. 100% agree with you guys.
The Georgia
Steelers
guys,
pick us in, and then we head to the Cardinals. Just to let you guys know.
Yeah, my phone just died, so I don't have the stream. So I'll try not
Yay.
to fix a little bit. But the Steelers pick is going to be shocking for you guys.
That's fair, man. Steelers, quite honestly, it feels like have been doing quite well, adding some good talent at every turn. So, it's going to be surprising.
It's going to be a
Gonna
backup
be some-
quarterback. That's the only.
No.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'll go with Albert's prediction then. Maybe it's a kicker.
Okay.
That was my
I
best
would say-
impersonation, by the way.
I would say maybe not surprising, but I think maybe more of a sigh of relief because we've been talking about he's one of the names we've been talking about that's been sliding.
Oh,
Darnell Washington.
I'm not going to tell you.
He's not
you
gonna
gotta
tell
log
us.
it in.
I mean, if it's Darnell Washington, yeah, it'll be a sigh of relief because we've been saying that name, and we'll have to come up with a different one for these last few picks. But I guess, well, I'd be interested to see. Obviously, they're not running to the podium, even though we're here sitting in the third round. As I've been sitting here looking at the pick as in, guys.
Goodall is getting tired.
I'll throw this out here, and we'll go around the board just as I see it. So what we're going, Matt, then we're going to Albert. We'll go to Jody, and then over to Kenny. How would you rate the? I mean, I know that we're in the thick of it. We're not even done with this. Who knows what could happen? But how would you? What grade would you give the Broncos through the first 3 rounds as we sit in the middle?
It's so funny that you bring this up, Keith. Oh, you froze a little. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny that you brought that up because I just brought up the draft grades from PFN, and I was going to see if you guys wanted to go through and guess what they have gone. But I'll give you what they've graded each pick after we've thrown ours out.
Okay.
And I was going to say maybe we do the same thing for Kenny's Giants as well because I got them right here too.
Awesome, man.
But I'm going to go out and I'm going to give this draft so far a solid A. I mean, we've gotten 2 guys that were way higher rated than where they fell to in Mims as well as Sanders. Moss, he kind of came in the range where he was kind of anticipated. But I mean, it's a great fit for them there. But Mims, you got a guy who's versatile. He's got the great footwork. He's got the route running. He's got the speed. He's a perfect plug and play for Sean Payton. And Sanders, we were talking about it. Some people had him as the 18th rated player on their boards, and we're taking him at 67. You talked about filling another need. He's a big guy. He can do edge. He's fast. He's got experience inside. It's just solid draft. I don't know how you can grade one better.
Very good, man. Going around the horn, man. Heading over to Albert. How are you grading this draft so far, buddy?
Yeah, like I said, I'm just a couch coach, so I'm not really know what I'm talking about. I have to give them at least a B+.
Okay. Very good, man. The surprise is over, and now Matt Staffiero's phone is dead, so no more surprises coming to him. But Darnell Washington is exactly who went to the Pittsburgh Steelers here, guys. The slide finally ends for that Georgia product, and
That's a good
Another
pickup
weapon
them.
for Kenny Pickett's going to be, I think, loving that pick, man. So I'll just continue though with the grades, guys. I know that we've been waiting for that name to go off for quite a while, but Mr. Jody, the judge himself, how are you judging this draft so far for the Denver Broncos?
I'm gonna give it a solid B plus. They probably picked for sure one starter, if not two. One that can play corner or safety. I can see him moving to safety. And they got guys like Matt said, like Nims, that was graded higher, and they got him. So, yeah, I'm gonna give this a solid B plus.
Very good, very good. Kenny, if you want to do the Broncos, you can,
Yeah.
but I certainly want to hear your thoughts on your
Yeah.
Giants, though, too.
I'll do Broncos real quick. I'm right in between all you guys. I'm going to give them an A minus. You moved up twice in this draft to get players. That tells me something, that these guys were high on their board. So I'll grade it the way I think the Broncos are grading their draft, and that's an A minus. You got the receiver. You moved up. Linebacker in the second round, I truly think he was their best available on their board at that pick. And then in the third round, you get a corner that you move up 20, 25, 28 spots for, and jumped up a lot of boards, like you said earlier, Keith. So, I think you got not one, not two, possibly three day one contributors in the first 3 rounds. And not in the day 2 of the draft, in the second and third round. And that's saying a lot for a team who had no first round picks and no second round picks, jumped up to the second round.
Man, you're talking me into a higher grade, I think, overall. So I'm going to go a solid B. Again, maybe they had that linebacker / edge kind of rated a little bit higher. I just thought there was more guys on the board that we could have taken at that position, maybe waited off. I didn't see anybody trying to get to that position in order to draft that player in front of us. So overall, I'd say a solid B. Like I said, got a little bit of time to go back and look at some tape and give you a better perspective. But I just wanted to get you guys' ideas all the way across the board. Arizona Cardinals came in, guys, after the Pittsburgh Steelers and selected Michael Wilson, Stanford wide receiver, kind of adding to their stable, maybe giving Kyler Murray some weaponry, as D-Hop looks like he's going to be possibly traded. At least that was the rumor. So,
Matt, are you surprised Trey Palmer hasn't been selected yet?
No, I mean his overall grade was about mid 4th to 5th. I'm surprised some other guys went early. I'm surprised Mingo was the first receiver taken in the second round. That was surprising. I'm surprised that Hyatt has fell so far. Excuse me. That was definitely an interesting one. Real quick, before going over, we just did our grades on the Broncos. I'll give you what the consistent grade so far. Marvin Mims was an A minus.
Okay.
Drew Sanders, A plus.
Wow.
I'll read you their snippet.
It.
This is one of the best picks that you'll see in the 2023 NFL draft. He was an elite high school athlete, 5-star prospect at Bama before transferring to Arkansas. Sanders' experience playing inside and outside. He can fill 2 positions in need for the Broncos, play anywhere on the field that they need him. At 6'5", 235, he's extremely explosive coming downhill as a backfield disruptor. His length and fluidity allow him to be impactful in coverage, ensuring that he never has to leave the field. He is a 3-down backer, and he was the 37th overall prospect for them.
Wow. Okay.
And rounding out with good old Riley Moss, a solid B minus.
Okay. I honestly, that's not too far off where I had the first guy and the third guy personally, but I didn't have as much information on the linebacker that we got. I want to go back. I'll dig into it. I would have rated him lower, but not now, not after hearing that, bud. Sounds like a fantastic draft. Did we get we need to go back to Kenny, because I want to get his Giants and where he's grading them.
I'm going to give them, believe it or not, I'm going to give them a solid A. First round, we moved up 1 spot, and everybody said, why would you move up 1 spot? Well, you want to solidify who you need as a need, and we need a corner alongside of Adoree Jackson, and for our future. You got CeeDee Lamb in the division. You got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith in the division. And you got Terry McLaurin and Josh Dotson in the division. You needed a corner. We got a good one who hasn't allowed more than 50 yards in a game for the University of Maryland, playing in the Big Ten against some big-time wide receivers over at Ohio State, Penn State, et cetera, et cetera. Great pick up there in the first round. And day 2, I think we got a solid A, could even be A+. We got, in my opinion, the kid from Minnesota. Can't think of his name off the top of my head right now. I don't know why it's just drawing a blank, but the center, 320. I got his size. He's like 6'4", 320.
John Michael
Schmitz.
Schmitz.
John Michael Schmitz. Going to be a day 1 starter. Going to be on the offensive line for the next 10 years alongside Andrew Thomas on one end and Evan Neal on the other. A+. If I can give a higher than an A+ grade for that pick, I would. And Jalen Hyatt, 3rd round. He was projected in a lot of mock drafts, early 2nd round.
Yep.
And you got a kid who, teamed up with Hendon Hooker, and I was watching them a lot this year because they were on TV. Mm-hmm. And Jalen Hyatt was explosive. 6 foot, 185. You get Daniel Jones another weapon. So hats off to the Giants so far. Day 2 as one of the big winners, I think, in my opinion. And solid A. I'll give him a solid A.
I would have a hard time disagreeing with you, buddy. I think you guys have had a solid draft. You addressed some great positions of need, filled it with some talent that I think, like you said, fell to you at times. And at times when you went up and you got your guy, I think you got the right guy. So congratulations so far to your New York Giants, and as they continue on. A guy that I had high on the board just went off to the Cincinnati Bengals and really fills a need for them. Had a need at safety. They go out and they get safety Jordan Battle, a guy that I really liked out of Alabama. Played one of the 2 guys that really locked down that deep secondary for the Crimson Tide. And I think it is a great pickup here. So anybody else have any? Go ahead, buddy.
No, I think that's a great pickup. I was just going to ask Matt if he had the PFF grades for the Giants. I was curious about that.
I got your PFN grades here. Deontay Banks drew a B+. John Michael Schmitz drew an A, and Jalen Hyatt drew an A. So probably right about where you had graded him, right about
Nice.
A-. So similar to where the Broncos are at right now. Both teams have drafted really well. You get a good staff around you, get a good coaching staff, get a good administrative staff. You see these A grades come out. So
I got a question for you guys, and I apologize because I fell asleep yesterday, and I was going to come on with you guys, and I did fall asleep, and I apologize about that. My question is, if you guys covered it, I apologize, but give me a loser so far in the first 2 rounds. We're talking about all these winners, but who's a loser in this first round? And I got one. And, I can hold it off or I can go first, whatever you'd like, Keith.
Well, yeah, if you got one, feel free to throw it out there, buddy, obviously.
The New York Jets.
Oh.
At 15, they were holding off on trade talks because they didn't want to give up pick 13 to the Packers.
Mm.
And I looked at it as like, well, if they don't want to give up pick 13, it's got to be one of these big-time offensive linemen that they want, or, somebody who's going to be a day 1 contributor, because you're talking about Aaron Rodgers, who at 39, he's going to – the Jets are a Super Bowl contender with Aaron Rodgers. And to draft a linebacker out of Iowa State at 15 and not put somebody that's going to help Aaron Rodgers – I mean, we've seen this year after year with the Packers, but to not give him some offensive help and pick a linebacker in the first round, I think they failed. And I give them close. I'm not going to give an F grade, but I'll give them a D on that pick. And as a whole in the draft, because you almost, screwed yourselves over in not getting Aaron Rodgers for McDonald, a linebacker out of Iowa State.
That's fair, man. That's fair. Anybody else want to go next on their I guess, draft losers so far?
I would say the Raiders in general, but
just because they're Raiders.
That's a winner right now, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Our division's winning. The AFC West has had a great draft.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the Colts, I guess, because it's one or the other. Either they got the steal of the draft or they got the bust of the draft. Really.
My pick would probably be, especially since they've only had one pick so far. I was just making sure I didn't miss one, and correct me if I'm wrong. Vikings only have had one pick so far. I don't think they got the guy they want, though. Jordan Addison is a phenomenal wide receiver talent. Certainly, probably not the number one need, especially if you only have one pick in the first 3 rounds. So, I guess they get the final pick in the 3rd round here as we're coming up. So. That would be my my
That's a good one,
loser, I
Keith.
guess you could say. It would be the Vikings. So
Yeah, that's a real good one because they really didn't need offense. They need help on defense.
yeah, seemed like just a stretch. Maybe they got caught out of position. Cornerback was taken right before them, and yeah, I think they just panicked and they took probably best player available, right? Jordan Addison on their board. Should be a good receiving core. Kirk Cousins will be set, but not a great grade. So.
I think Kenny's gonna like mine. And gentlemen, this will probably have to my last comments is it's time getting called for bedtime.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
It's my day to put the kiddos to bed. I got the late night last night. But
Very good,
I
buddy.
think Kenny's gonna love my biggest loser so far, and I'm gonna go with the Washington Commanders.
Sticking
Going
there,
back
too.
to what they did with the 1st-round pick, Emmanuel Forbes, he's a good corner, but it was way too early. You had Joey Porter Jr., Christian Gonzalez. You had I'm drawing a blank who you just drafted.
Banks, yep.
Banks. There you go, Deontay Banks. All on the board still, and you take Forbes at 16. I mean, cornerback was definitely a position in need, but I mean, you had your pick, pick of whomever you wanted. There was a tight end. You could have started the run there. Logan Thomas isn't a great tight end in my opinion, and then you go back to back and take another corner. And Jatavius Martin out of Illinois. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. I just don't think that's the direction they needed to go. You got Sam Howell. You need to get that kid some additional protection, give him some more weapons. If that's who you're truly investing in.
Keith
Got
will
it.
be happy now. Stromberg is out of the running.
Yep. Don't have to worry about the Broncos picking him. Stromberg ends up going to the Commanders here. So,
Oh yeah.
does that make you feel any better, buddy, or is that
No,
worse?
not really. I mean, it's nice. I mean, it gives them, hey, you're trying to protect your quarterback, but I mean, you had better options earlier in this draft. It doesn't really change it. We go from maybe a F to an F plus.
They are.
F
I must say I do like that. I would have liked it more if you said Cowboys, but I'll take Washington as a concept.
Cowboys, I
as
think
an
they're
A,
about
as
average
an-
right now.
Yeah, I'll take.
I think they overdrafted Mozzie.
Matt, before you come 100% jump out of here, if I could steal like 30 seconds of your
got it.
time and talk to us a little bit about Rocky Mountain Sports Network, what's going on over there, what we can see upcoming. Lay it all out for us, brother.
So we recently just had our really big. We threw a recruiting net at. You met one of our new guys yesterday, and Coach Britt, who came on with us for the 1st round. He's going to be joining us on some Broncos coverage. It's going to be primarily stuff. We got some new guys coming on to bring you a new Avalanche podcast we're in production for. I know Avalanche season's coming close to an end. I should probably check the score on that really fast.
No, you shouldn't. You should continue with your plug.
No.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So we definitely have some of that coming. We have the Blake Street Report coming pretty soon. We got a good team established there. That's going to be an audio podcast. We have our 5280 Fast Break, and that's going to be a wonderful podcast done by Jacob Burke. We have that coming down. We have so many things coming through. We're always looking to add talent, in any of these positions. Another really great feature you're going to see coming out pretty soon is you're going to see a ton of articles starting to come out. We've got some guys who want to come in and want to write. So you guys are going to have tons of interesting storylines, a lot of opinion, the voice of the fan, of which you strive to be for Colorado sports.
Awesome, brother. Awesome. I really appreciate the plug. I appreciate the time, especially on a family night. I know that you have the dance you had to go to. Now you have, bedtime for the kiddos. Thank you for taking the time. Thanks for everything you do over at Rocky Mountain Sports Network, bringing the Denver Bronco Roundup on every single week. You You guys check out Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Tons of great stuff going on over there. And again, Matt, thank you very much. You have a great night. Say hello and good night to the kiddos too. Okay,
I
bud?
will do that. You guys
Take care,
have a
Matt.
nice evening,
Good
gentlemen.
seeing you, bud.
It's now it was always a pleasure, Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Absolutely. We'll get you. We got to get you on our show one night. We got to when schedules work out for sure.
Good luck with that.
Absolutely.
We can barely get him on ours.
Hey, I'm working behind the scenes, Jody. I'm always working. I'll probably throw out another ad tonight to keep growing. But just to give our Avalanche fans and our Broncos fans a little update on what's going on, Colorado. Avs and Kraken are tied up 1-1 with the Avs, backs up against the ropes. It's either win or go home.
Very good. Where? What's the time? What period?
We just ended. It looks like it just ended the first.
Okay, buddy. Two
So,
periods to bring it back home to Colorado.
Yep.
Get that game 7 and continue on the playoffs. Let's go Avs.
Absolutely. Well, good night, gentlemen, and we'll see you guys next time.
Thank you,
Okay.
man. Have a great night, bud.
So I'm kind of sad. Siaka Ika is gone.
Yep, I saw that, buddy. I heard the gasp. I'll be honest. I heard the gasp, and I knew it had to be somebody on your board, man. And you're right. It's Siaka Ika. It goes off the board. Who'd they go to again?
The one who got the wide receiver Tillman.
I got Cleveland Browns, and then 49ers.
Kicker.
Pulling in Albert Knoppers, man. Picking Jake Moody out of Michigan, kicker, solidifying that kicking room. Hey, they have had issues there. I wasn't expecting a kicker necessarily to be going here, but 49ers aren't going to miss an extra point, aren't going to put 3 points off the board because of their kicking game. Maybe they're looking for that run for the Super Bowl, as someone mentioned on
I
here.
was just going to say that. That's the only way you pick a kicker this early is if you truly believe you got the team to go to the Super Bowl right now, and you get that kicker that you're going to get a top kicker in the draft, kicking 40, 50-yard field goals with ease. It's an added weapon.
Tucker.
It is. It 100% is. What was that, Jody? Go ahead. Sound off, buddy.
No, the next Justin Tucker.
The next
be the
Justin
next.
Tucker. The kid from Ohio State's pretty good too. Ruggles.
Broncos once upon a time took a kicker in the 3rd round. It was Mr. Jason Elam, if you guys remember that name.
I'll give you one even better. Remember how early Sebastian Janikowski went?
Oh,
He
yeah.
was around. He went round 1, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Imagine that.
Can
Good
you imagine?
Alvatus.
But I'll tell you what, that guy, how long did he kick in this league? And did it with zero conditioning and possibly a drinking problem on the side, man. Guy was amazing, quite honestly. So
I'm going to say I got 2 of them. Top 2 terrible draft picks that people don't mention. Well, one, Janikowski, that's terrible. You cannot take a kicker in round 1. I'm sorry. They all talk about Jamarcus Russell being the worst pick, and this Sebastian Janikowski round 1 in where they picked. You can't do that. I got to go back to the draft that he was drafted in, see who was picked after him in that 1st round. That's what I got to go back and look at.
yeah, that's true.
But the other one is trading your whole draft for Ricky Williams.
We
Remember
talked about
that.
it yesterday.
Yep. One of the most astonishing moments ever in my young NFL draft watching career, I guess you could say. I just thought that was phenomenal and amazing and incredibly stupid all at the same time. But it was exciting to say nonetheless, man, and it made everyone think that Ricky Williams was going to be the next coming of I don't know, Gale Sayers or Jim Brown or you name it, because I otherwise, why do you? Raiders are on the clock, and then the Niners go on next, and then the Vikings round us out.
Can I read? I got to pick the draft picks after Janikowski at 17. So
Yeah,
I
go
picked
right
him
ahead,
17. And you guys tell me, some of these names are going to. Chad Pennington, number 18 to the Jets, the quarterback.
Yep.
Number 19 He had a hell of a good run. And Sean Alexander went after Sebastian Janikowski. A tackle, Stocker McDougal to the Lions.
Okay.
The Chiefs took a wide receiver, Sylvester Morris.
Oh, remember that guy?
Seahawks took a tackle, Chris McIntosh.
Okay.
A corner out of for the Panthers, Rashard Anderson. Ahmad Plummer, I remember him, corner for the 49ers. Chris Hovan, defensive tackle, Vikings.
Yep.
Eric Flowers, defensive end. I don't remember that one. I remember the Eric Flowers and the Giant, but defensive end for the Buffalo Bills. Tight end for the Jets, Anthony Beck. Rob Morris, middle linebacker, Colts. And then the last couple picks were Jay Soward, a wide receiver, never heard of him, Jacksonville. Keith Bullock, a heck of a linebacker for Titans. And Trung Candidate, running back out of Arizona.
Maybe Janikowski was the best option, buddy. There wasn't a whole lot of names after that I was like jumping out the stadium for.
Who was their quarterback in 2000? That's what I would want to know. And who was their running back? Because they got stuff on Sean Alexander right after.
That's true. Kenny, I don't know if this is a known issue. It sounds like you're breaking up just a little bit. Maybe that's just my end. If I'm wrong,
it could
guys,
be
let me
mine.
know.
My wire's a little tangled here.
Perfect.
I'll mute
Perfect.
myself.
You're all good, buddy. No, you're all good. Hey, if current position, you're sounding great. So,
all right.
Get caught up on a couple of picks. Our AFC West rival, Las Vegas Raiders, go to the wide receiver room. Yep. Trey Tucker out of Cincinnati is added to their roster, and then just to get caught up, Cameron Latu, tight end out of Alabama, ends up going to the San Francisco 49ers. And last pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings. And then we're out of here, boys. We're out of here. So
I'm going to say day 3 wide receiver to watch out for is the LSU kid, Kayshon Boutte.
That's a good one,
sneaky
buddy.
feeling this kid could be good.
I agree. One that I really liked, should be going fairly soon, would be A.T. Perry, my running back in these next I guess this next rounds as we go. Abba Kananda, I love this guy. That would be the couple of guys that I would look for in the next couple of rounds. So, Albert, do you have any guys that you're looking out for? And Jody, before we get out of here?
Yeah, I still focus on the center, Wipler, or whatever you call it.
Good call. Wipler, yep.
I think that is still the biggest need for the Broncos.
Yeah, and certainly a possibility as we head into day 3 here too. Jody, any players out there, prospects out there that you see that should be coming off the board right off the bat because of how long they've been sitting out there, or good talent that we could us or somebody else could grab up?
Andre Carter out of Army, pass rusher. A guy that I really like, Chris Rodriguez Jr., the running back. Kind of my wild card guy that I've said for a while. I mean, Jared Patterson, Notre Dame, 0 sacks allowed through 4 years in college.
I like Jared Patterson, man. He can fit almost any position along that offensive line. That versatility is something that we haven't seen a lot of in Broncos country. So that would be a good pickup, man. I like that. Like that name, bud. Trey Tucker, just to give you guys an idea, 5'9", 182-pound wide receiver, ran a 4.4 at the combine. He was added to the Las Vegas Raiders roster as we kind of look at our competition. Gentlemen, a guy that I really liked as well, McKee Blackman ends up going to the Minnesota Vikings, cornerback out of LSU. Great cornerback. And, hey, Minnesota Vikings for maybe missing at the top with Jordan Addison, and when they needed some defense, come back in with Mekhi Blackman. Anybody else have anything to say on Mekhi Blackman?
No.
Should be a contributor for the Vikings who need defensive help.
I agree, man.
We've been saying
because they lost Patrick Peterson, correct?
They
They might
They
have,
did.
yeah.
I think he's just an unrestricted free agent out there, if I remember correctly. So, may have lost him. So, um, he may have been picked up, but I might be wrong. Gentlemen, before I wrap up, and first, Kenny, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you jumping on here. I know you couldn't be on at the beginning, and so I appreciate you jumping in the middle, staying all the way through the end. Hit K&K Show and what you guys have going on there before we get out the door.
Thanks, Keith. Like Keith said earlier, all sports. We're on the East Coast, but we talk West Coast, North, South, whatever you guys want to talk about. Football, baseball, basketball, hockey. We'll do anything. We'll throw horse racing in there sometimes. We'll throw soccer in. We have special guests on. You guys come on our show quite often, and we're going to get you guys on soon. We get a couple things in mind, but definitely want to get Dutchy on to Stump Kurt. We do a little Briggsy Mania Stump Kurt, and I love that. Love your segment on Tuesday there, Dutchy, with your knowledge, and we need to stump him bad. So what better person to come on to do that than you? But yeah, we do that Wednesday nights, and then we when football season comes around, we throw in a Wits and Wagers program, and it's a legal, give you some legal betting advice out there for some football picks, and we get some handicappers on, and we throw some friendly wagers out there for you. Remember, the important thing is to gamble responsibly, and don't bet over your head. That's the most important thing, everybody.
Perfect, Kenny, man. And caught Kenny's show with Carson out there. Let's talk about.
I forgot about that one. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys always have great stuff coming up, left, right, and otherwise. Best way to do it, guys, just go over to K&K Show, hit the subscribe button. That way you're alerted when all these different shows come through. I can tell you those Wits and Wagers, those are some of my favorite. Always look forward to those, so I'll be looking forward to those in the fall. And like I said, let's talk about brand new show. I thought it was a fantastic, and be looking forward to more episodes of that as well. Kenny, thank you so much. Appreciate you immensely. Everyone, go check out the K&K Show. Guys, I know the plans for tomorrow are kind of up in the air, so just stay tuned. I don't know if we'll have the panel together in order to go live tomorrow. We're trying to put that together behind the scenes. We'll let you know if that is a possibility. Thank you, everyone who jumped on here for these 2 long nights. Stay stuck with us, went through all the picks, went through all our analysis. Thank you to Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Thank you to K&K. Thank you to Willow Seasonings. Of course, we are the Denver Bronco Roundup. I got the Judge Judy just over here to my left. He's always part of it. We got the Dutchy, Mr. Albert Knoppers, and we have special guests like Kenny coming in from time to time as well. Gentlemen, anything before we get out of here? If not, I'm going to be throwing up the outro video here shortly. I'll hit Jody first since we already got Kenny.
No, I just can't wait for football season to start, college and the NFL, and I'm ready for it.
Right on, brother. Albert, thoughts?
Yeah, I hope with the next pick, they're either picking the center and then Wipler or safety, like in Ronnie Hickman or J.L. Skinner.
I like that. I like Hickman. I'm with you on Wipler as well. Broncos country, we may see you tomorrow. If not, let's have a fantastic draft. Let's get that A+ rating. And don't forget, Tuesday, 6:30 p.m., tune into the Denver Bronco Roundup. Of course, we'll be wrapping up this entire draft. It seems like it's just around the corner now. Thank you, everyone who tuned in, gave comments, like, share, and subscribe. But until next Tuesday, for sure, maybe tomorrow, but next Tuesday, we're going to get out of here. Thank you so much. Good night, all.